Hey friends, welcome. It's another one of our Slant Alpha adventures underway, and we are live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. And yeah, it's a little bit different than our normal schedule today. We are flying in the annual presentation by the Chicago ARTCC on VATSIM of what they call VATVenture, their version of the EAA AirVenture fly-in, the very famous fly-in up in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. So that's what we're headed to today. And I've done that, I think I've done that 5 times previously on the stream and decided to do something a little bit different today. It's normally a stream where you, kind of mash as many VFR light aircraft arrivals, or light singles, light twins, along what they call the Fisk VFR Arrival special procedure that they employ during the Oshkosh event to cram as many VFR arrivals in as possible, and a lot of weird special procedures that you use in terms of arrival spacing and arrival instructions and landing on certain dots along the runways, and things that you really don't do anywhere else during any other time. I guess they do a similar one for the Sun and Fun fly-in down in Lakeland, Florida, but really kind of almost completely unique procedures in place for this fly-in that happens every year in Oshkosh. And the VATSIM Chicago ARTCC puts on their version of it once a year, and really does a fantastic job of replicating the controlled chaos aspect of it. So that's what we're going to do today. We've done that, like I said, a number of times on the stream before, but today we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to do the PMDG DC-6, so a nice big heavy vintage prop liner arrival. We've done that Fisk arrival a number of times, and we did actually do the Warbird Arrival 2 years ago. We did that for turbine and Warbird aircraft. It's named after Warbird Island, so it's not necessarily intended to say it's for warbirds to fly. However, that is kind of the way it works out anyway. And we did fly the Corsair. We did the Virtual USA Flying Club Air Show in Galesburg, Illinois a couple years ago. And then we flew the Corsair from Galesburg up to Oshkosh via that Warbird Arrival. The way this works, we're going to fly it IFR, and you can kind of see where we're starting from. We're starting from Salisbury, Maryland. So as I say, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. Well, we're in the sim. We're only a few miles west of where I currently sit, and you can see the weather is moving in. However, once we get airborne, weather along our path is pretty favorable. And the way I read through the notice or NOTAM, whatever you call it, the special procedures that you use for the arrivals into Oshkosh, if you are flying an IFR arrival but the weather is VMC, visual conditions, the procedure for an IFR arrival is to get within about 60 miles and then cancel your IFR flight plan and proceed the rest of the way in VFR. So even though I had intended to do something different today with an IFR arrival, because of the visual conditions, it is going to end up being that same Warbird Arrival that we did 2 years ago. Now, we've done the Fisk Arrival 4 times. We've done the Warbird Arrival once. So this will be, just our second attempt on stream of the latter, and we'll see how it goes. This is the plan that I have filed. We're going to cruise at 20,000, so we will be in the upper IFR charts, just from Smyrna VOR to Harrisburg, and then to what is this called? Phillipsburg. Here we go, Phillipsburg. Then from Phillipsburg, we're picking up the J60 westbound. We're going to do it at 20,000 feet, which is perfectly attainable in the DC-6. Then J34 west of that, we're going to take that to the Badger VOR, and then the Badger VOR, that is pretty much that threshold where you are within 60 miles. It's a 54-mile leg from Badger VOR to Oshkosh VOR, so that's right around the time that we would go ahead and cancel our IFR plan and proceed the rest of the way visually. And then once you're over Fond du Lac, the town and the airport of Fond du Lac, you're joining that Warbird Arrival. Here's Warbird Island here, and making your announcements accordingly, and then taking your sequencing instructions from the approach controllers there at Oshkosh. Well, we've got quite a bit to do on the way here. I've decided, so we are navigating a route that is completely navigable via old school radio-based navigation. Once we get up there, I did file it as that we are GPS equipped and GPS capable today, because once we get up there, it is possible that they would assign us an RNAV approach to runway 9 or runway 27, and I don't want to be filed on a code that suggests to them that I'm not able to accept that. It is going to be a busy day, so I am trying to do this as cooperatively as possible to make it as easy on the controllers as possible and limit the amount of special things they have to do for me as much as possible, even though we are going to be a bit bigger and heavier aircraft than many of the others. Coming in via that Warbird Arrival is exactly what that procedure is intended for, so that's what we will plan to do. But I'm special, though, so I deserve it, says Jet Pilot Cinnamon. Well, I didn't ever ride a special bus to school, but I did feel pretty special. My mom always told me I was special, so.
Hell, you need ball bearings.
Melvin, stop me. I gotta say some highs in the chat, too, before we get too far into this. I'll come back and get that. So we've got a few things to do. We are going to navigate this route conventionally. So even though I will punch it into the GPS just in case if I get workload saturated, I will just let the plane fly the route for me. But we're going to try and navigate it with the VORs just to kind of, bring back the Slant Alpha into the Slant Alpha Adventures live stream just a little bit today. But as I said, we'll be GPS capable, A, in case I need it en route, B, in case we need to do RNAV arrival when we get there. So we've got that. Secondly, we've got our normal fuel balancing puzzle. When I fly the DC-6 long haul, I enjoy the challenge of, hey, what if the fuel load got really screwed up and somehow you've got to completely rebalance it from a very wonky situation on the way. And so we're going to do that again today. And the last time we did that a few weeks ago into Newark, I did pretty well getting it back to balance, except I let the tanks run dry on short final, and yet the engines kept turning, so I didn't realize I had done that until after we landed. So I'm going to try again today, not to burn the tanks dry, but to rebalance them, and so we'll be working on that en route. And then the third thing we're going to do en route is we're going to pull the published notice or NOTAM, and we're going to read through it in detail so that those others that are flying into the event have kind of a familiarity with what's supposed to be done and how it's supposed to be done and how this event differs from most others. So we're going to read through that. And then, of course, the fourth thing is, as always, our side project known as our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure is something that we do on the stream to collaboratively create the image that then becomes the YouTube thumbnail that represents the live stream here once we upload it to YouTube later. And so we start with an image that's roughly relevant to what we're doing on the stream that day, and then once you guys see it, you're more than welcome to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And yeah, Melvin, you can pull it off of VATSIM radar if you want to, real quick. We don't want to wait for me, but I'll copy and paste it in here in just a second. But it's already filed on VATSIM radar if you want to just grab it from there, if you're able. Hang on, I got it. I'll just paste it for you. Cool. Here's the other way. Believe that'll still work. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, where was I? Oh, our Slant Artwork Adventure. Yeah. So we collaboratively make the image that becomes the thumbnail on YouTube. When I show you the image, you see it, and it's an image description that I fed into ChatGPT. And then once you see it, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel, aka the Alphabets points. You see the Alphabets serial icon that represents those. The button next to that tells you how many you have saved up. And if you have 500 or more, you can click on it and cash in 500 to get yourself in on the activity here. Here is our image. Just going to start with that and start with a DC-6 there parked at the EAA AirVenture. and me standing in front of it. And you'll notice it's actually the second iteration. It came up with this first, and I was like, well, that's all well and good, but can you change the year from 2024 to 2026? So that's all it changed there. So I already put in that request, and that's already done, but that's the image that we're going to start with, and then you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, if you want to suggest an addition or a modification to that image as we go. Incremental, just a tiny, one piece at a time to add to or modify that image. So we got 4 things to do, really. We've got the navigation, we got the fuel balancing, we got to read through the NOTAM so that we know what we're doing when we get up there, and we got our slant artwork adventure that we've got to do. So lots and lots to do, even though it's a singular long-haul flight, 3.5 hours probably once we get up and running. Going to feel like a long trip, but we're going to have plenty to keep us busy with as we make our way up there. Let's say some highs in the chat now. We've got Nam106, who stopped in first and said, this should be a fun one. Looking forward to this flight. Yes, indeed. Oshkosh Bagosh says, Jet Pilot Cinnamon. Yeah, I was noticing, let me get Skyvector back over here. Noticing as I was starting to do the pre-flight planning on this route, if you go to the high, north and west of the Oshkosh VOR is a point called Bagosh. And I think it's hilarious. For those of you who remember the Oshkosh Bagosh children's clothing line, I guess it's still around. But man, if you're a child of the 80s, man, that stuff was everywhere. There were TV commercials on every TV show. For you've got to get your Oshkosh Bagosh. Yeah, I figure somebody put this point in so that an arrival could be cleared to Duluth, Minnesota via Oshkosh Bagosh, and then as filed. I expect at some point that's how that came about. And I wonder what's going to happen in 30, 40, 50 years when nobody that remembers any of these stupid in-jokes is still around and all those points get renamed for the new stupid in-jokes of the day. Anyway. So JPC, hello. CTXCB is here, remarking on how early a stream it is for him over in the UK, just past 4 p.m. there. Good to see you here. Good to see you in daylight. Who else stopped in? Melvin Leroy, of course, says he's going to fly along. Upshot 2020 is here. Upshot 2020 very kindly swung over to Ocean City on some of his instrument training yesterday. So came out and visited. You guys might have seen the picture that we posted in the Slant Alpha Discord of myself and Upshot 2020. Hanging out for dinner last night, so thank you very kindly for making that trip. Hope that the trip back, he posted some video of his trip back too. I'll say, I hope that the trip back was uneventful, and I know that it was because he's still alive, but I would hardly call that trip uneventful if you saw some of the weather that they went through over Norfolk. It was instrument conditions and then some. So I'm glad you made it home safely, my friend. Good to meet you in person finally. D Wolf is here. JJ is here. And who else stopped in? Father's Game says, hey, you're taking the DC-6 also. That's what I was planning on flying. Yeah, I heard that somebody in the PMDG forum, not Randazzo, but somebody in the PMDG forum said something about wanting to turn the event into a DC-6 fest. And so I poked my friend who's part of the Washington ARTCC, who works for PMDG, and says, hey, you know what? Let them know that I'm going to be doing just that right now. So, we'll see how that goes. A flight of 3 would be sick flying in. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, JPC wants to put in a stunt plane in the background, and Upshot wants us to dress a little nicer. Okay, well, we'll see how we can do those. Okay, all right, we're working on those slant artwork requests. We'll see how they pan out We've got Iowa Scotsman stopping in. We've got Exponent Mage stopping in. I wish somebody updated the Red Bull DC-6 as it is in real life. Yeah, well, somebody will have to get on that. This is based on a real-world DC-6 called the Flying Red Bulls, and it may in fact be there for real. I just decided it's my personal livery because I consume a lot of Red Bull here at the house, so here we are. All right, let's get up and running, friends. Like I said, we've got a long stream ahead of us, and we've got to get on with it, shall we? Yeah, so let's blank out a couple of values that are in my planning spreadsheet and get up and running. I don't think we've got VATSIM air traffic control where we are right now. Oh, that has changed. So yeah, this Potomac approach controller of 19.7 is indeed online right now, and so yeah, we will talk to them and get our clearance out of here. Excellent. All right, let's jump into the aircraft. Let's go over and let's just reset all the. We'll just go ahead and. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what these values represent. Hours, maybe. So probably repairing the engines and props every 3 hours is unnecessary. But since I don't know what they represent, I just go ahead and reset them all. Let's go into the ramp manager. Wheel truck's going to be set, and we can get ground power connected. And yeah, we can go ahead and open up both exits, cargo. Okay, there's a link to the updates to the real world aircraft. All right, cool, man. Thank you. I'll check that out. So let's get all the doors open, and then let's go over to the fuel load. We're gonna just say that we're gonna take, I don't know, our normal is what, 3,000 pounds and 50 passengers. And we're gonna we're gonna load the fuel very, very strangely. Like I said, we're gonna take over this aircraft from some sort of unusual state where it got loaded just very, very haphazardly. We're gonna have at least 1,000 in all the main tanks. We do need to get to 12,200 pounds. Let's say this aux tank, for whatever reason, was just filled to the gills. We had about 500 in that one, about 1,500 in that one, 2,000 in that one maybe. And gosh, if we do that, 900 in that one, well, that's 12. There's 12,200 right there. Okay. All right. Well, that's odd, but that's okay. That's what we're going to start with. And here we go. Let's go ahead and get to the power-up procedure. So power source will be set to ground power. Let's go ahead and get the master battery switch on. Nav lights on. That's going to be done via the yoke. And no smoking. Entrance and wheel well lights can all come on as well. And then over here to the right, we can set the temperature to 70. I do need to make one minor update in my low list. Backed it. Okay. Save. Okay. All right, so we got the payload set, but now let's record our total gross weight. 85,716. So that's just barely short of what we would need to use the water injected takeoff. The threshold for that is 86,500, I think. 87,600, I think, maybe. But we're just below it. At 85,000 pounds, we're just below it. So we will have the water injection off, and we will use 53 rather than 58 as our power setting for our initial takeoff. Let's go ahead and jump over. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Yep, so there is that approach controller. He did not put up an ATIS information for us at Salisbury. Of course, I think it's technically an AWAS only anyway. But we'll go ahead and pull a METAR information. 080, 13 gusting to 21. So we're going to want to take off to the east when we get to that point. We've got 3013 as our altimeter setting, so we'll set that across the board times 3. Or is this in, I think in this aircraft we only have the 2. We only have the captain's side and the first officer's side. We don't have a standby altimeter. But there's 3013 there. And we'll do it over here on the right-hand side as well. Field elevation 53 feet, and that's pretty close to what's showing on both altimeter gauges. So we'll go ahead and say... Yeah, 87.6, I think. 876. I remember it being a consecutive number sequence like that. 876. 87600. So 87,600, I think, is the threshold where you would use that, and then you would use the higher power setting. Squawk code was issued to us by Auto ATC prior to the controller coming on, so we'll already kind of know that that is 3737. We'll have that set, but I'm going to have the transponder off for now. Do I usually get rid of the yoke? I guess we don't have to. We can see everything. I feel like I usually leave the yoke in this aircraft. So 3737, we're going to leave the power off for now since we are going to switch over to being on just the battery here during our startup sequence. So we want to conserve electricity load during that process. Let's go ahead and get the nav equipment set up. Like I said, even though we are going to navigate this old school, I do want to have it programmed into the GPS, at the very least. And while we're waiting for that to acquire, we can tune the radio channel 19.7. But the other thing we can do is while we're waiting for the
American 816
digital units,
clearance and request, standby number 1.
Digital units to get up and running, we can
JetBlue 673 Richmond wind now 020 at Niner, runway 34 clear to land.
Go ahead and tune it. 111.4 is going to be the first VOR. .11.4. Swap that in. And we'll get into standby the second VOR, which is going to be the Harrisburg one. 115.35. Have that in the standby. 115.35. We'll also get that over here. 15.35. Swap that in. And then ahead of that, we're going to have the Phillipsburg 115.5. And the COM2 and Red Nav 2 standby. On that one, we can turn off for now. We don't need that on. Okay, but we've got our Garmin. Before we go punching all of this route in, let's make sure that we're going to get cleared on it from the controller. Dynamic approach Douglas 514 Delta Victor is on the ground at Salisbury with the weather IFR to Oshkosh.
Salisbury, Air Christian, November 514 Delta Victor, pursuant departure, Roger, clearance and request, standby number 2.
Okay, number 2, he says. All right, so that means we might have a moment.
816, I have your clearance advisory to come.
That's Melvin. That is indeed Melvin. So let's listen closely and see if...
816, clear to the Oshkosh Airport. Radar vectors Echo November Oscar VOR, then as filed. Maintain 6,000, expect 14,000, 16,000 as your final altitude. 10 minutes after departure. Departure 119.7, squawk tree 546.
All right, cleared to Oshkosh radar vectors, the Echo November Oscar VOR, then it's filed. Initial climb is 6,000. Our final climb, or our final altitude will be 14,000. Departures on 119.7 and squawk 3546, American 816.
American 816, read back correct. Advise when ready for taxi with Salisbury NOTAMs aboard, and say your requested runway for departure if you have one.
All right, we'll call you for taxi, and we're anticipating runway 5, American 816.
American 816, Roger, you can expect that.
Yeah, I think that'll work for us as well.
JetBlue 673, welcome to Richmond. Turn left.
So he didn't modify
Lima,
the route, but it sounds like he might have modified the
Lima,
altitude.
Echo, and hold
we'll see how that.
Runway 2 at Echo.
We'll see how that goes for us.
All right, Lima, Echo, hold short, runway 2, JetBlue 673.
I'm going to go ahead and keep it on with the route entry.
Tower 514 Delta Victor, I have your clearance advisory, copy.
514 Delta Victor, fire away.
Tower 514 Delta Victor, clear to the Oshkosh Airport, radar vectors Echo November Osco VOR, then as filed. Maintain 6,000, expect flight level 200, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 119.7, squawk tree 7, tree 7.
I clear the Oshkosh radar vector Smyrna, then as filed. Will maintain 6,000, expecting 200, 10 minutes. Frequency 119.7, squawk 3737, 514 Delta Victor.
514 Delta Victor, read back correct. Advise we're ready for taxi with Salisbury NOTAMs. And would you also like runway 5 for departure?
Yeah, we've got the weather NOTAMs here at Salisbury. Runway 5 will work for us as well.
4 Delta Victor, Roger, you can expect that.
Okay, I'm trying to put Harrisburg VOR, and it's on the chart here as HAR, but it does not appear to be in the GPS as HAR. Interestingly, it's a 321 and a 321, so if we skip over HAR in the GPS, it's still going to take us exactly past it. So it's a very kind of weird situation there, but I'm going to just keep on to the next one, which is Phillipsburg, PHB. And if we end up having to navigate ourselves, obviously we're going to be using the GPS as a backup and primarily navigating with the radio-based nav aids. So ESB. ESB to me means public safety building. The aviation world, it means Phillipsburg BR. Enter. Alright, west of Phillipsburg, the next one is going to be Dreyer, EJB.
JetBlue 673, cross runway 2 at Echo, then taxi via Echo and Alpha to parking. Thanks for flying, James River.
All right, cross 20 on Echo, Echo to Alpha to the gate, JetBlue 673.
Okay, after Dreyer, J34, which takes us to, is Carlton this one? Yeah, CRL.
And approach, when I saw you pop up, I saw your call sign is BWI, so I didn't think you were coming this far south this morning.
Yeah, Roger, truly fully understandable here. I'm covering both Chesapeake and James River this morning.
L, enter. Great Lakes, USA, that's the one we want. Okay, good. And then north and west of that, it's Victory, VIO. This one. Enter. Then after victory, Badger BAE, and then that's our last one. And then we got to put in the arrival. BAE, they're all near the very beginning of the alphabet, so that'll be a quick one. And then direct to KOSH. Alright, so there we are. Let's up the range so that we can kind of see where we need to go initially from takeoff. We'll leave all that as it is, and then we'll get ready to move on and fire up the aircraft. But before we do that, take a peek at our slant artwork adventure. So we started with me in front of the DC-6 in Oshkosh, and we added a stunt plane, and it made it a Red Bull plane. I guess it heard me, and then it dressed me up nicely as the captain of the aircraft. So, so there you go, JPC, and I forget whether it was Upshot or who was the requester of the other modification there. But there's our slant artwork adventure as it is progressing. And again, if you want to get in on that action, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. There at the bottom of the chat panel, and then you can suggest how you would like to add to or modify that image. All right, back to the flow list we go. So we got our gross weight, we got our ATIS METAR, we've got our clearance, altimeters are set, transponder code is set but off still for now. We got our route programmed into the Garmin. We've also got we've got them frequencies dialed in, the first few frequencies, because we are going to navigate this just GPS only. I mean, we are going to navigate this VOR only, but we do have the GPS as a backup. So 111.4, but it does look like it's about a 011 off of the runway. So we'll dial that in down here, even though it's not. We're gonna end up slightly east, so it's going to be less than a 011 by the time we are airborne, but we'll just start with that, and then we'll adjust as necessary. Yeah, so Father's Game, so we're doing an IFR arrival, but once we get up to Badger VOR, we're going to cancel our IFR and fly the Warbird procedure from there. So that's the plan, at least. Oh, and then we need to get our V-speed settled in. We are at 85.7 in terms of our weight, and we're very close to sea level. So, 85, so we're very close to 85,000, maybe a touch more than 85, and it says 83 is the V1, so just because we're adding 700 pounds, I'll just go 84, just to hedge the bet a little bit. So our V1 speed is 84. We have any safety critical items occur prior to reaching 84 knots, we'll abort the takeoff. If we reach or exceed 84, we're taking the speed all the way up to 99 knots before we rotate and then pitch to V2 at 104, and that's if we have, if we have fewer than 4 functioning engines, pitch to maintain 104. If we've got all 4 functioning engines, we'll pitch for obstacle clearance and then to accelerate to 165 and retract flaps. Okay, I think we're ready. Let's get back over here. Let's get the power source switched over to battery. Get the seatbelt signs on. Entry and wheel well light signs off. Oh no, it's no smoking signs on. Entry and wheel well lights. That's that one over there. Let's get the engine instruments on to the normal bus. Let's go over to the tablet. Let's disconnect all the stairs. Close the cargo holds. Disconnect ground power. Close the exits. And we'll pull the wheel chocks. Alright, pressurization, we're going to set for 20,000. We're starting from sea level, that's fine. And then the flight is going to be 20. So we'll see where the cabin altitude will end up, and then we'll monitor that on the way. Okay, so the cabin altitude is going to end up right at 8,000 feet when we're cruising at 20. Let's close, or no, what are we doing? Closing cowl flaps, opening cowl flaps? Open cowl flaps. Right, that's open. Yeah, okay, that's open. Let's get our fuel selectors into the mains for now. We're going to start and end on the mains, and then we're going to balance the aux tanks while we go. Throttle's going to be set to about 10%. We'll adjust and make sure that we're idling at 1,000 RPMs. And then let's do a real quick passenger briefing. Let's do a weather report here at Salisbury. It is gusty winds. Call it mostly cloudy, gusty winds. 28 degrees. It's a nice and warm day down here on the shore. It's in the mid 80s. Well, I tell you what, we're doing this, not doing this as an airliner flight. We're doing this as a private flight, so I won't do that. Of course, we'd still have to do the safety briefing and all that, legally speaking, but not going to do the customer-facing passenger announcements like the food service and all that, because it's just a private flight. All right, let's go. All right, beacon lights on. We don't need to push back from our present position. We can go ahead and start from where we are. So let's go ahead and start with the number 3 first. Inboard side on the right wing. And let's get the fuel boost pump on to low. We got fuel. We got the engine selector. Let's go ahead and get some motion going.
3, 6.
On the 9 call, we'll do the magneto and the booster.
9,
12 call, we'll do the primer.
12,
And then on the second spin, we'll get the mix in. Okay, there it goes. Spinning up. Mix coming in. Okay, very good. And let's monitor. It's going to slowly spin up to 1,000 RPMs, but let's make sure it doesn't exceed that. Yeah, right about there is good. Okay, up top we go. Booster off. Generator on. Number 4 fuel. Number 4 selector. Let's go.
3, 6,
9 call. We'll do the mag and the booster.
9, 12,
12. We'll do the primer. Arch NDA is here. How are you, Arch? Okay, second spin. We'll get the mix in. Jump down here, just make sure everything's kosher. The 3 is a little hot. Let's bring it down. And we're looking good. Alright, up top we can get the fuel booster off and the generator on, and we'll go next to the inboard on the left hand side, number 2. 3, 4, 2, 1 is the standard starting out order in this aircraft. Inboard on the right, outboard on the right, inboard on the left, outboard on the left.
6,
9 call, we'll get mag and boost.
9,
12 call, we'll get primer.
12,
As we hear catch, give it 1 spin. Alright, and then mix in. Back down. RPMs on 3 and 4 are good. Number 2 is just starting to spin up, but we're okay there. Okay, boost pump can come off. Generator can come on, and then we'll start with the boost pump on the number 1, selector on the number 1. Let's get some motion.
3, 6, 9,
Bang and boost.
12,
Prime. Okay, spin it up. Go ahead and get the mix in. Alright, fuel pressure's good across the board. RPM's good across the board. Number 1 is still spinning up, but everything else is right where it should be, happy at 1,000. So the final generator and the booster can come off, and then the inverters can come on, and we do not need the water injectors. Alright, we've got power. We can get the altimeter, I'm sorry, the transponder on. Get the DME on. Come up here, we'll get the ADF on. COM 1 nav 1's already on, and GPS is already on, and then COM 2 nav 2 can come on. Alright, so we are good. Let's do a couple of ramp checks here. Control lock can come off. And I had to move my flap control because I broke my flap control of my Bravo. I haven't had a chance to take it apart and try and reconnect that spring mechanism, but for now just change up my flap mechanism to another control here. So 1, 2, 3, and we'll confirm that it goes into flaps 20 for takeoff. And takeoff trim, as long as it's marked, the mark is right where it says elevator, ELEV. Can't really see it. I don't have a good vantage point for that. Yeah, it's fine where it is. Alright, so flap set. Trim check. Let's do just a brief run up here. We're just really checking the governor operates on all 4 engines. If it doesn't, we would probably just need to cycle the reverser. Just a little bit of a bug that I've noticed in the aircraft. But yeah, if the governor doesn't catch all 4, then cycle the reverser. That usually fixes that, but looks like we're good there. Back down to 1,000 RPMs. We'll do a brake check, and we're already on the right comm frequency, so I think we're good. Let's go ahead and get our taxi instructions.
Attention all aircraft, Baltimore information Echo now current, Baltimore altimeter 3016. Easton information Echo now current, Easton altimeter 3014. Richmond information Charlie now current, Richmond altimeter 3014.
And if we're going to runway 5, we're just going to turn right and go south and eastbound on Charlie. At departure, Douglas 514 Delta Victor's got the weather at Salisbury. We're ready to taxi. We're on the west ramp.
Douglas 514 Delta Victor, runway 5, taxi via Charlie, Bravo 1.
Charlie and Bravo 1 to runway 5, 514 Delta Victor. Alright, away we go.
Potomac, American 816, also west ramp ready for taxi.
American 816, follow the DC-6 off your left wing to runway 5.
Follow company, Charlie to runway 5, American 816.
Alright, hopefully I'm not taking out the corners of these hangars here. Guess we got more room than it looked like. We've got 4 power settings for takeoff. Alright, we've got 53 and 28. I'm sorry, we got 30 and then verify
Douglas 4
22.
Delta Victor, fly runway heading, Salisbury wind 090 at 1 tree, gust 21, runway 5 clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 5, runway heading, 514 Delta Victor. All right, strobes on, landing lights on. We're going to extend them 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we're going to set cals to 4. And we're going to take off our, our cabin crew. Heat on as well. Okay. So we're going to set 30. Verify that the engines spool up to 22. And they do. Alright, we're going to set 53. Verify that they spool up to 28. And they do.
American 816 behind the departing DC-6, runway 5, line up and wait.
And behind departing DC-6, line up and wait, runway 5, American 816.
Okay, as soon as we get airborne, we're going to go to 48 and 26. And there's our rotation speed, 99. Ooh, spicy. Gusty winds today. You're coming up. Maintain runway heading. And 48. And 26.
Douglas 4 Delta Victor, radar contacts, altitude path.
Departure of Douglas 4 Delta Victor's passing 600.
Douglas 4 Delta Victor, roger, altitude as reported. Climb and maintain 9,000. Upon passing 2,000, proceed direct Echo November Oscar VOR.
Okay, climb and maintain 9,000, and then as we pass 2,000, we're direct Smyrna. Douglas 4 Delta Victor.
American 816, fly runway heading, Salisbury wind 090 at 1 tree, gust 21, runway 5 clear for takeoff.
Okay,
runway 5 clear for takeoff, fly runway heading, American 816.
20 knots, we get 1 notch of flaps in. We've got 48 and 26, and add a little trim so I can not have to hold it. And then are we receiving Smyrna? Yeah, so we'll just center the needle and then fly the needle, whatever it ends on there. Let's trim it down a little bit. Okay, passing 140 knots, we get the next notch of flaps in. And there's our 2,000, so let's figure out what course will center the needle to Smyrna. Oh man, we're not receiving that at all. Let's just turn northbound. I'm having trouble figuring out what's going on with the needle. Oh, I know what's going on with the needle. We need that in VOR mode. Let's try that again. And now we're not receiving it at all. Okay. We're at 165 though. Well, let's get the last up.
Victor, you appear to be roughly 20-30 degrees left of your course. Would you like a vector?
Yeah, vector for now, and then we'll get it sorted out.
Douglas 4 Delta Victor, roger. Fly heading 0, or correction, fly heading 010.
Okay, 010, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, and we're at 165. Let's pitch up. pitch up to maintain that. We got the flaps in now. Let's get the engine set to 40 and 24. And cylinder head temps reading a nice 200 there. So 40 and 24. Cylinder head temps at 200. We're flying a 010. So Smyrna VOR doesn't seem to be receiving unless I've mistuned it. 111.4, but I guess we're not receiving it, so we'll just
816 radar contacts, the altitude test.
we'll just go direct there in the GPS.
American 816, 600.
American 816, roger. Altitude as reported. Climb and maintain 9,000. On passing
Direct.
2,000. Clear
Enter,
direct.
enter.
Echo November Oscar VOR.
Climb and maintain 9,000, passing the 2,000, clear direct
Go
Smyrna,
back to
American 816.
GPS mode.
Number 4 Delta Victor, you're still maybe another 10-15 degrees left your course there, so turn right 20 degrees.
I'd right 20 degrees, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so we should be coming back in on the VOR now. I mean, the other thing we can do, let's just redirect ourselves to it from present position. Direct, enter, activate. Okay, so now we're right on it. And let's just verify that we're in CDI mode. There was some sort of bug I heard that if you had COM 1 tuned to something or Nav 1 tuned to something nearby, it wouldn't capture for whatever reason. So let's make sure that's not the case. And now let's just see if it captures. It seems to be holding that course pretty well for the moment. Let's just watch what happens. Alright, but in the meantime, let's make sure we're doing what we should be on the climb. We need to be set to 40 and 24. Cylinder head temps should be about 200, and we should be pitched for about 165. You know what? The reason it's not capturing is I'm an idiot. It's probably helpful if we put the gyro pilot on and clutch it. Now we can put it in the local mode. Hey, look at that. Now it's capturing. Okay, well now we can use the pitch wheel to adjust and keep the 165.
Douglas 4 Delta Victor. Looks like New York accepted you a little earlier, so you can contact New York Center on 125.32. Hope you and your chat have a nice day today, Rob. Take care.
Alright, 2532 for New York. Thanks, Gary. We'll see you. 514 Delta Victor. Alright, 25. $32. Pitch down just ever so slightly. Let's keep 40 and 24 and 200. And we're climbing to 9,000 at 165. New York Center, Douglas 514, Delta Victor is 8,000 going to 9,000.
November 514 Delta Victor, New York, good morning, call maintain protocol 200.
Flight level 200, 514 Delta Victor. Alright, up we go.
And New York, good morning, American 816, 4,300, climbing 900,000.
American 816, New York, good morning, call maintain 14,000, fully altimeter 3017.
Alright, climb maintain 14,000, American 816.
Wind low 410, wind 2003, runway 13 left, quarter length.
Okay. So
Total 2042 on frequency.
keep pushing the
We just changed
throttles, 40, 24, 200 on the cylinder head temps, 165 in the climb.
You'll be number 2 for departure.
So the GPS is going to manage the route for us. I was going to try and navigate that conventionally. I think Smirno's just, it's a low,
heavy radar contact, the altitude.
it's a low power VOR, so I think it was just too far for us to receive, and I think that's the case for a lot of these. I guess the ones that formulate the jet airways have to be of a certain power because they have to be receivable at a certain distance. But I think for a lot of these that are lower powered, either they're just not really designed to support airway navigation anymore.
November.
I mean, we're not really on an airway, so I guess airway navigation is the wrong term. But you know, they're just. The world is moving away from this old school radio-based navigation, which is kind of why the channel has as well. Anyway, all right, let's keep pushing the throttles. 40, 24, 200 on the cylinder head temps, and we're passing 10,000. We can go ahead and get forward-facing lights off, landing lights, and then we'll do the taxi light. Taxi light switch on my yoke is the retractor of the landing lights. So we'll just hold that for about 5 seconds. Off. And then we can do
1931, climb, maintain portable 370.
just a ring of the seatbelt light.
Just confirm there's 1851. Apologies, the triple 1851, climb, maintain portable 340.
How's that 340, no worries.
Let's do a real quick check of the cabin pressure. Cabin altitude has just started to climb. This works a little differently than the jets that we're used to. The differential pressure goes up first, and then when the differential pressure starts to get high, that's when the cabin pressure starts to change. It's a little different than what we're normally used to seeing in the jets that we fly. But everything is this is well within normal limits, and cabin altitude is climbing and climbing at a normal rate, so everything is good to go for now. Go back to passing 11,000. Let's make sure the throttles are up at 40. 24, 200, and 165. We fell a couple knots short because I was letting the manifold pressure decay slightly. But we'll see if it recovers itself now that we got that manifold pressure back up. Yeah, it seems to be. The other thing we'll go ahead and do now, we're going to run out of space to move the throttles forward, but we've got a higher setting on the blowers, the superchargers. So if we pull the inner engines down to 28 temporarily,
American 8152.
and then we can pop them back up into high. All right, so now we're getting the same manifold pressure at a lower throttle setting. So we will still have space to move the throttles forward. And then let's do the same thing with the outers then.
Kilo, New York, radar contact, on left direct Harrisburg, VOR, call, maintain 8 zone.
Direct Harrisburg, VFR, climbing maintain 8,000,
Okay.
264 kilo,
So they're back.
Total 2042, fly heading 185, runway 13 right, good for
They're all
takeoff.
back in line. And we're 40 across the board now.
13 right, let's take off Delta 2042.
And yeah, we lost a couple knots in the transfer, but
63 heavy, runway 13 right.
pitch down slightly and recover that.
Delta 1160, runway 13 right, line up and main.
Okay, 40 and 24 and 200. And we're at 12,000. And climbing. And we'll pitch the nose back up to 3 cap for that 165. Yeah, Melvin says, I found the same thing with NDBs. I have a new helicopter that I love that uses an ADF radio, and half the time can't take advantage of it. Yeah, I know. And the ubiquitous NDB approach is vanishing everywhere. The airport that, the city that I work for, the airport that it manages, we just went through decommissioning that NDB and then reverting the easement that we had for the property where it sat back to its owner. So there was a technical and a legal process that was involved in that.
Clear Center Skyhawk 28 Mike, ready for departure, runway 22 Essex County, be for departure northwest.
Skyhawk 28 Mike, right downwind departure approved, wind calm, runway 22 at November, clear for takeoff.
Down on departure, clear takeoff from
Okay, 40, 24, 200, climbing at 165, and we're going 13,000 and climbing.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Wait me for that.
Got to not forget this time to set the altimeter back to standard. I'm used to doing that in the jets. I'm not used to doing that here in the Douglas.
310, on country 527.
Delta 1163, heavy sliding 170, runway 13 right, clear for takeoff.
Heading 170, runway 13 right, clear for takeoff, Delta 1163.
Now, tell you what, let's take a peek at our fuel management situation. Yeah, so we've got fuel in the mains, but not a lot. So let's go ahead and switch over to the aux tanks. And we don't have much in that fourth aux tank either. So let's run the left half of the plane off of aux tank 1 and the right half of the plane off of aux tank 3. So up top, let's go. All 4 of the mains are going to lose, main tanks are going to lose engines. 1 and 3 are going to gain engines. So let's come down here. First step is we want to cross-feed the left side, cross-feed the right side. We don't need to cross across the plane. The left side of the plane can feed the left side, the right side can feed the right side.
1937.
But now, and we got the fuel pressure gauges visible right on the very upper part of the screen. Let's switch the left engine. I'm sorry. Let's set the left side to feed off of aux 1.
Right, 250, Delta 2042.
But not aux 2. Aux 2 will come off, but let's make sure we've still got fuel pressure on that side. We do. And then aux 3, still got fuel pressure, and then 4 off. Okay, so we've got 1 aux tank feeding the left side of the plane, 1 aux tank feeding the right side of the plane. Let's make sure that that's what we wanted. Aux 1 has 2,000 pounds. Aux 3 has 4,500 pounds. Aux 1 feeding the left side, aux 3 feeding the right side. Okay. Okay, that is indeed what we want. Let's come back up top here and shut off all the fuel boosters. And then let's go back to the front and make sure that we've got fuel pressure to all 4 engines. Good Fixins is here. Good Fixins says morning, and it's just barely not morning. It's less not morning than it usually is. Okay, we got all that done. Let's get back to the engine management now. Let's get back to 40.
2042, proceed direct Rob and still DUR. That's Romeo Bravo Victor.
40, 24, 200, and we've lost a little bit of speed, but we're getting it back now that we've got the manifold pressure back up. But let's pitch down just a little bit to gain those last couple of knots there. And then let's take a note. Let's run through the engine gauge, or the fuel gauges real quick, and make a log of where they stand.
Line up and wait on 13 right, 49.
So the mains have 700,
1931,
8.5, 8.5, and 7.
76, triple 19 there.
1931, Roger, maintain Mach 0.78 or greater, advised if unable.
Auxes have 19, 9,
American 85, 21,
45,
Mach 0.78.
and 5.
Maintain Mach 0.78,
So that's in our notes tab, so that's only to us, but it puts a nice little timestamp on it too.
Number 4909, fly heading 185.
Okay, so now we're smearing it to Phillipsburg.
Clear for takeoff.
185 on the heading, clear for takeoff, 49.
Make sure we're at 40. 24, 200. We're a little fast, so we can pitch up.
American 8152.
And we're at 17,000 feet. So we got 3,000 to go. Good fixes can't stick around long. Okay, that's no problem. Just in case you wanted to get in on our slant artwork adventure real quick, I'll show you that. We've got our image of me standing in front of the DC-6 by EAA AirVenture in Oshkosh. And we got me dressed to impress to pilot the DC-6, and we got the Red Bull stunt plane performing in the background. I'm going to add to or modify that image and cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And then let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. Okay, we've lost some speed here, so let's pitch back down.
New York Center, American 1180, holding short of runway 9 left at whiskey, ready for departure. American 1180, fly heading 080, the one is 080 at 4, runway 9 left, cleared for takeoff. Fly heading 080, runway 9 left, cleared for
Okay,
takeoff.
we've got that airspeed back, so notch or two up to maintain it. Let's keep the manifold pressures up at 40. The 40, 24, 200, and climbing at 165 with 1,500 to go.
Cessna 24 Kilo, the University Park altimeter 3024. We expect ILS runway 24.
We are above 18,000 now, so let's do two things. Let's set the standard altimeter 2992.
220 at 10, runway 13.
Left side and right side.
20 left 0,
And then let's take a peek at how our pressurization is coming. Differential pressure still within normal range. The pressure coming up is what forces the cabin air to climb. It's now climbing through 6,500. We knew it was going to end up at 8,000 once we got up to 20. Still climbing at a very normal rate. And air temperature 70 degrees. Okay, 1 to go. Cruise power will be 34 and 22.
3,500.
Once we level off, we're going to leave the engines up at 40 for just a moment. Let the airspeed pick up.
Endeavour 4909, turn right heading 250, car maintained 170.
250, 17,000.
Triple 1851, you're leaving my airspace, Washington Center is closed, frequency change approved, good morning. Over to Connell 2.
Yeah, well, I was going to have navigation to do, but the GPS is going to do that for us. I guess I'm glad I took the time to plug in all those points. But it's time to go ahead and level ourselves out here. So I'm just using the pitch wheel to try and null out the vertical speed as best I can. And then we'll let the speed come up. We'll go ahead and pull the manifold pressure down to 34.
Delta 1163, call maintain audible 410. Call maintain 410, Delta 1163.
RPM's down to 22. 2250 is there, so 2200 is there.
American 1180, radar count.
Let's go ahead and close up the cow flaps.
American 1180.
Keep that 200 in.
American 1180, thanks. Turn left heading 280, call maintain.
So 34, 22, 200. Let's go switch from auto rich to auto lean.
1180. Endeavour
Nice to have a
4909.
switch on that now. That makes that process a little easier.
320.
And then we'll fine tune, make sure we get 150 BMEP right across the board. Alright, so we're good. So 150, 34, 22, 200. And looking pretty fine tuned at flight level 200. So let's go ahead and jump down the bottom here and engage altitude hold. If we had it nice and stable prior to doing that, then we shouldn't see any surges or dips in altitude. It should just kind of capture and hold that for us. Looking pretty good there. Alright, so we might see the ground speed continue to come up ever so slightly as we settle in at our cruise, but 249 knots is pretty much what we expect to get there.
York Center, American 2302, ready for departure on the board.
And I would say we're progressing as we expect.
New York, good morning, wind 0507, runway 13, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff on 13, American 2302.
Seatbelt signs can come off.
American 1180, direct still in, found maintain level 240.
Oh, that's up there.
Direct still in,
Yeah, seatbelt sign is off, and then we can pop over here. Let's just double check. So the cabin altitude was set to be 8,000. It's settled in at 8,200, but it is kind of settling in there and no longer climbing. And the differential pressure is within the limits. So seems like everything is settling in the way it's supposed to. Cabin temperature right there under 70. So everything is all good. Passengers are nice and comfortable. They're about to get fed. Everything is all good. Okay, let's pop up top and see how our fuel plan is progressing. We know we're going to use the mains just for our arrival. We got 900, 700. Yeah, 900 in the center tank, 700 in the edge tanks. So that's what we're going to switch back to for our arrival. But for right now, we've got this fuel tank running the left side of the plane and this fuel tank running the right side of the plane. So when this fuel tank gets down to about 500, we will temporarily switch and we'll run only off of the number 3. It's not ideal to be running the entire aircraft off of one fuel tank. It's a single point of failure, but at least at 20,000 feet, you've got a little bit more time to recover if something goes wrong. But we'll do that to just get the balance back. And obviously, the loading would never, ever in the real world be done this asymmetrically. This is just a puzzle that we impose upon ourselves. So yeah, you wouldn't ordinarily need to run the plane in a configuration where you're using only one fuel tank for 4 engines. It's not ideal to do that. But just for the self-imposed balancing puzzle, we will do that for a little bit just to try and get some symmetry back. For right now, we got this tank feeding 2 engines, this tank feeding 2 engines. But when this tank starts to get critically low, we'll have to make an adjustment there. Let's just take a peek and make sure. We want to double check. We want to double check that the mains are not changing, and then we want to kind of keep tabs on how the keep tabs on how the auxes are changing. The mains are 7, 8.5, 8.5, and 7. And then the auxes are 16, 9, 42, and 5. So the mains haven't changed. And the aux, so this aux dropped 300 pounds, and this aux dropped 300 pounds. Okay, that's good. That's kind of what we're expecting there. And then 256 knots over the ground, so.
Triple 1937 approved, right back.
Okay, so Cruise power set, mix auto lean, cowls closed, seatbelt lights, cabin pressure, and fuel check. Balance. Oh, that's the other thing I needed to add to my approach checklist. Hold that. Highlight it. Make it red. So at the beginning of our approach commencing, that's the first thing we should do is make sure what fuel configuration we're in. That being on that flow list would have prevented the fiasco into Newark. Fortunately, it wasn't as much of a fiasco as it could have been because the engines still kept turning even though we lost fuel pressure in all four within a couple minutes of each other. If you go back to that, when I uploaded it to YouTube, I watched it back later and I put timestamps in a comment to show when exactly we lost the left side fuel pressure and when exactly we lost the right side fuel pressure. Now, in terms of the symmetry, it was very good because that happened within a couple minutes of each other. It's like, okay, well, my goal to run a symmetrical fuel balance was achieved for sure, but more than zero would have been ideal. But I was almost annoyed that we didn't crash because I would have hoped that if I had mismanaged the aircraft and starved the engines of fuel, that it would punish me for that, and it did not.
Sorry for contact the call for one time. Hello, Monarch 797, flight level.
But don't worry, I did enough emotional beating up of myself after the stream.
Hello, 4017. 4017 for Monarch 797.
Alright, navigation is done for now, fuel balance is done for now. Let's peek in on the event progress. And then let's make sure we know what we're doing here. Alright, so under pilot tools and events calendar, VATVenture 2026. So this is what we're flying into. This is the VATSIM version of the EAA AirVenture event, which is the massive fly-in that happens at Oshkosh, Wisconsin every year. And if you've ever heard clips, and if you don't want the failure, but in a nerdy way you do, right, Melvin? Indeed. If you've ever heard clips on YouTube or other video shorts platforms.
1931, King, leaving my airspace, federal service, source terminated, frequency change approved, just to keep the speed up for trail space. Have a great day and fly to Bermuda.
Have you ever heard clips or of the arrival procedure where the controllers are sitting, in a shed in a little town in Wisconsin, and then the aircraft comes into view, and they see it with the binoculars, and they're right. Okay, red low wing. I see you. Approaching Fisk. Rock your wings, red low wing. Okay, great. Rock, red low wing. You're going to take a right and follow Fisk Avenue down to the east and set up for left base runway 36. And then they give some other instructions, and then the next frequency. That's this. This is that event, okay? They've got a very intense amount of VFR traffic that comes in to fly into this event, and so they have special procedures in place to allow that traffic to come in at a massively dense saturation level. And so they've got an approach procedure that you follow as a VFR aircraft. You've got directions that you get from the controllers, but you don't have to respond back. You acknowledge the instructions literally by rocking your wings. So it is at its heart a visual procedure. So you respond to them by rocking your wings back and forth. And then you might be assigned a specific dot on the runway to land on. So that's the other one that kind of gets attention when you pass it around on clips on social media. Land on the green dot. Land on the purple dot. So they have multiple aircraft cleared to land, and they're clearing them to land on different portions of the runway to help increase safety while they're packing them in very, very densely one after the other. So very, very strange and hectic and, like I said, controlled chaos type of event. So we've got the VATSIM version of that document open over here. and we're going to read through it just to make sure that we understand what we're doing. Now, we are doing not that Fisk arrival. We've done that on the stream before a number of times. We've done that Fisk VFR arrival. We are going to be doing the Warbird Arrival, and the Warbird Arrival was named after Warbird Island, which is a visual reporting point in Lake Winnebago, just east of the airport. However, it is also the arrival that you fly if you are a Warbird, because you're a turbine or a Warbird aircraft. They're not going to be able to slow down to the speed that you need to be able to do in order to maintain spacing on the Fisk arrival. So they have this separate arrival for, I guess, higher performance aircraft, which is what we're going to be today. Now, obviously, we're filed on an IFR flight plan heading up to the airport, but we'll cover that later in this document. Mad Noob says, yeah, don't forget that they also turn a taxiway into a runway. Well, that's a good point. This is the airport diagram at Salisbury. We don't need that. So this is the airport diagram at Oshkosh, Wisconsin. This taxiway alpha, so normally this 18 and 36 is a single northbound, southbound runway that exists at Oshkosh. This taxiway alpha temporarily becomes runway 36 right. This becomes 36 left, and vice versa on the southbound side. And then they have squares painted on that you land on if you're as instructed. So yeah, it's insane. They do a lot of things for this airport, for this event, that you wouldn't see elsewhere done. So you do have to have scenery that includes the colored dots on the runways to land on. Here's some links for FSX and P3D. X-Plane 11 has an add-on. Flight Sim 2020 has several of them. We have this one that just adds the colored dots. We actually have one that was created by our friend Tabletop Android that not only adds the dots but adds a lot of the activities, the roped off parking areas and people walking around, bleachers, static displays, all kinds of stuff. But unfortunately, that scenery works in Flight Sim 2024, but some of the object libraries no longer work or are no longer available. So we will see the dots and we'll see some things scattered around the field related to the event, but unfortunately it's not nearly going to be as populated as we have seen it in the past. And Tabletop Android posted on that flightsim.to entry saying that he is working on a 2024 version of the scenery. It's just not complete yet. So we'll see the dots, and I think this says, or this doesn't say, but I think the posting here says Flight Sim 2024 includes the colored dots in its default scenery. So that's, you don't really need to add anything in terms of scenery expansion for this event if you're in Flight Sim 2024. However, you can, and like I said, it will add some. The one from Tabletop Android adds some of the event activity, but not all, and he's working on a new one. You do want to plan an alternate airport. They don't expect to have to divert people, but they may. On VATSIM radar, it looks like there are only 9 arrivals planned at the moment. However, keep in mind, we're early. The event doesn't actually start for another hour and a half, and we're going to, of course, be making our way up there from the Mid-Atlantic here, so we've got some time before that. We're going to be arriving there for about 2.5 hours, but the event doesn't start until an hour and a half from now, and that's why we're not really seeing a whole lot of activity there yet, and only 9 scheduled arrivals, myself and Melvin included. Are we included? Let's see. Oh, there we are. Okay, so that number will increase rapidly once the event gets a little closer in. But we're a little ways out yet.
4900, clear for the ILS approach to the University Park, runway 2224 kilo.
One thing to be kept in mind is multiple frequencies can be utilized by one controller. There will be specific frequencies for the Oshkosh Airport. Please consider all of them active unless otherwise stated. Just because you do not see the frequency in your pilot client doesn't mean it is not active. So, for example, they might have one tower frequency that is controlling the 18s and 36s, and one tower frequency that's controlling 9 and 27. Most of that event, they will be controlled by 2 different people, But in order to alleviate confusion, if there's a break, they might have one person covering both. They're only going to show up one time in the pilot client, but the other frequency is still going to be connected and active. So it's going to tell you to contact tower in 18.6. If you look over here and you're like, what do they mean 18.6 is not, there's no tower controller listed there. But the one that is listed there could also be covering 18.6. So they're saying in this case, trust what's in here. This is what they're going to be going by. VFR flight plan. They, in order, because right on model matching and VATSIM, you might appear as the right type of aircraft, but you might not appear as the exact livery of aircraft or the exact paint scheme of aircraft. So in order for the controllers to visually identify you as the white and blue striped Cessna or the red Learjet or the blue and white DC-6, you do have to include that in your flight plan. So we did when we put in our remarks. Of course, I put the stream link. Blue and white 4-engine prop liner. So that way they know. I mean, just because we appear blue and white to ourselves, other people might be seeing and especially because we're DC-6, it's not that common a type. Who knows what people are going to see in their sims? Certainly, even if it's a 4-engine prop liner, it may not be the right color 4-engine prop liner, depending on what they're seeing us as. So that's why we have to specify it in our flight plan, so that the controllers know what they're supposed to yell out and call us by. So we've done that. VFR flight following is going to be permitted, provided workload permitting, and within 70 miles of the airport. Don't expect it. VFR route planning, this is not going to apply to us, but this just gives you some ideas of the common routes that you could take to get to the Oshkosh area from the surrounding areas. And the idea is that you want to end up kind of south and west of Oshkosh. The Fisk Arrival, if you're going to fly the Fisk Arrival starts south and west of the airport. For us, we're gonna go to this Badger VOR, and then we're gonna cancel IFR and navigate visually up to Fond du Lac. The Warbird Arrival comes in over Fond du Lac on the very southern tip of this lake, Lake Winnebago. The VFR Arrival all starts. The Fisk VFR Arrival kind of follows this path here: Endeavor Bridge, Puckaway Lake, Green Lake, Ripon, and Fisk. So that's the basic sequence. So if you're navigating VFR to Oshkosh, you don't really want to aim yourself at the airport. You want to aim yourself kind of in the area of Endeavor Bridge. Normally, if they're not swamped and overloaded, they'll point everybody to start from Green Lake. But as this gets saturated, they'll push everyone back and say, all right, start at Puckaway Lake and navigate in. And when that gets saturated, they'll push everyone back to Endeavor Bridge and navigate in. But I would say, just for planning purposes, if you're navigating to this area via VFR, I would say Endeavor Bridge is where you want to kind of point from, because you're going to join the arrival east and then northbound from that direction.
We got the weather and we'll set that. Let's do for number 6 at Teterboro for 2 Golf Tango.
Here's a VFR transition route through Chicago's airspace. They're not going to do Class Bravo clearances, so you want to stay below the shelves. Arrivals to O'Hare, they arrive between 9 and 12. You want to receive flight following if that's the tack you're taking, flying over top of that Bravo. If you're going by the shoreline, the Midway ATIS is what you want to follow, and if they're landing to left, you want to cross the shoreline at 3,000, and you need to remain below the Midway class Charlie.
320, climb and maintain 17,000. Unit 1256.
And then caution about the floor on the west side of the Bravo. That's if you're coming over top of Chicago. You know, like I said though, like it makes a lot more sense instead of navigating through Chicago. Yeah, you might want to just stay west of the Chicago Bravo because you're going to end up wanting to come in from over here anyway. Do I have a prediction for how many? No, I don't yet. It's early. We're still about an hour and a half early for the event. There's only 9 that are filed inbound to it right now, but the event doesn't technically start for another hour and a half yet. So, no prediction yet. I say that this event typically is busier toward the beginning of that range than the end of that range. So here's where we start talking about the Fisk Arrival, and we'll come back to that in just a moment. So Lenny Portugal, hey Lenny, how are you? How long have you been into flights in 2024? So I've been flight simming for over 40 years, starting on a variety of older and much less realistic platforms. I adopted flights in 2020 pretty rapidly after it came out. When Flight Sim 2024 came out, I stayed on Flight Sim 2020 for about an extra year because I was waiting for, you know, some add-ons to be ported over from 2020 to 2024. I was waiting for, you know, certain things that people said were bugs and were issues with 2024. I was waiting for them to be addressed. So it wasn't really until the beginning of this year, 2026, that I moved from Flight Sim 2020 to 2024. But yeah, I started flight simming, gosh, in the mid-80s. 40 some odd years ago.
Number 2 Golf Tango, flight heading 140.
Obviously, the Sims now are slightly more realistic looking than they were back then. Let's take a peek at our fuel situation here, make sure I'm not about to run a tank dry like I did last time. Yeah, this one's still got about 1250 left in it. This one's got plenty. But let's take some notes. Oh, that wasn't... So the mains are still at 700, 850, 850, and 7. Auxes are now at 10, 11, 1250. That one's looking more like 850 than 9. I don't know if that's just I don't know if it's leaking or if a little bit is being, you know, trickled out of it into the lines, or if I'm just looking at it a little bit more carefully than I was. 35, 36, so this is a 37 and a half, this one here.
Hey, from 617, frequency change approved.
And then 5. Okay, so hopefully it hasn't actually consumed 50 pounds.
FedEx 4518 with you, descending via the Philly 4 arrival. Philly Borough 4 arrival, so runway 4 right.
FedEx 4518, New York, good morning, continue to descend via the Philly 4 arrival. Newark altimeter 3018.
3018, FedEx 4518 heavy.
Alright, so let's take a spin through the engine gauges here, make sure the engines are still happy. 150 across the board, fuel pressure's good. 34, 22, 200 on the cylinder head temps, and still progressing as expected. And what are we showing across the ground in terms of speed? 260, so we're good.
4,000 to Golf Tango.
And just for curiosity's sake, you know, as I said, well, I guess it doesn't show anymore because it's behind us. But yeah, on this route, the GPS didn't seem to have the Harrisburg VOR for whatever reason. I put in HAR and it didn't register as Harrisburg. but it's a 321 path from Dover through Harrisburg to Phillipsburg. So since it's the same heading, I skipped over this, and I was like, well, this is going to be one solid line segment that'll just go right over top of it anyway. And hard to tell now, but it certainly seems like it was close enough because nobody said anything to us about it.
Alright, FedEx 4518, maintain 300 knots or greater.
300 knots or greater, FedEx 4518.
American 240 cross Cameron, now to maintain 1-1000. Kennedy altimeter is 3019er.
3019 on the altimeter, Cameron at 1-1000, American 240.
And Jet 422 holding room, shorter runway 1, ready for departure.
Alright, anyway. So, back to what we were talking. So this is the Fisk arrivals. This is not what we're going to be flying today, but this is what most people will fly in their light singles and light twins, coming from the south and west, starting from around that Endeavor Bridge. And so this is going to be used by everybody coming into VATVenture except those using the turbine Warbird, which is us, or the ultralight arrival.
Southwest 3533, thanks.
Here, Center, good morning, American 1289er, ready to depart, runway 12 right.
American 1289, New York, hello, flight heading 170, the one is 220 at 10, runway 13 right, clear for takeoff.
Departing with heading 170, clear for takeoff, runway 13 right, American 1289.
So plan your arrival within the event periods. Gotcha. Plan your fuel load carefully. Well, we'll see how carefully we've planned it. If you don't have sufficient fuel for your unexpected holdings and go around, divert to an alternate. Yeah, we'll hopefully not come to that, but we'll see. You can consider, if you're not comfortable with the procedures, you can consider coming into Fond du Lac or Applewood. Ensure your lights are on within 50 miles of Oshkosh. Ensure your transponder's on in mode C. I do think lights are the state of your light is now transmitted over the network, I believe, so you do want to make sure that you're doing that. And then we'll tune to the arrival ATIS no later than 60 miles from Oshkosh. So if we're coming up on Badger VOR, we will do that. That will tell you what arrival runways are in use, and then make sure that you have the arrival pages available. And then you simply just monitor this approach frequency. You don't talk to them. You don't have to call in. You simply monitor.
Southwest 5267, confirm it's 05.
90 knots and 1,800 feet. If you can't do 90 and 1,800, you do want to do 135 and 2,300.
Hey, Jet 422.
Do not call Fisk approach. They will call you. Right? That's what monitor says. That's exactly what monitor means.
17,000, Jet 422.
Okay, this is what I was talking about. The ATIS is going to tell you which point to start from, but really, if you come from Endeavor Bridge, you're going to just start proceeding north and east to Puckaway Lake and then Green Lake and then Ripon. And then Fisk. The idea is that you need to kind of find another aircraft and get in behind them. Don't S-turn to follow, you just got to make sure you match the speeds. Don't fly side by side unless you're formation, but really once you get within a certain range, you should just be following a half mile behind. It says that here. Half mile trail behind the aircraft you're following. Don't do S-turns, don't do side by side, don't overtake. Just match the speeds as best you can. If you do end up overtaking somebody, break off to the left, circle back, and start over.
2394 New York, hello.
Okay, the Endeavor Bridge, this is basically what I was saying before, is like, you just proceed one to the next, to the next, to the next. There are some GPS points you can use to make sure you're pointing at the right one. So you can put the sequence of points into your GPS to help you. VP ENV for Endeavor Bridge, VP PLK for Puckaway Lake, VP GRN for Green Lake, VP RIP for Ripon, and VP Fisk up there.
Center Southwest 3533 is holding at 5,040 on the heading.
Puckaway Lake. So this is just the sequence, right? kind of tells you the same information for each one, but I kind of gave you the short version. So if holding's not in progress, this is what you want to do. You want to proceed to the northeast corner of the town of Ripon, and you want to follow right over top of these railroad tracks. You don't want to stay over Route 44, which breaks off to the east. You want to stay over the tracks only. And this is a little bit difficult in the sim. Sometimes it's hard to see them. That's why it's nice to have the GPS points programmed in just as kind of a fail-safe. If we were flying the Fisk Arrival today, we would maybe do that. If you need to, lower your landing gear before you get to Fisk. That'll help you keep the speed down.
United 5884, New York.
If you see Pickett, that's 4 miles prior to Fisk, you'll see the steam from the grain drying facility. Some sims represent that very well, some sims don't. And at that point, that's when they'll start calling you. They'll give you the instructions. They're going to call you out. You know, red high wing, rock your wings. Okay, great rock, red high wing. And then they'll tell you one of two things. They're going to tell you stay over the railroad tracks to the north and west, or they'll say turn east over Fisk Avenue and follow Fisk Avenue eastbound. So you're going to be following kind of a 060 or a 090 basically. But you want to follow the correct road. Last year I followed the incorrect road. I followed this road in and was pointed right at the numbers basically. I had missed the one before it. So you kind of want to make sure you're following the correct road. You can see all the way out to the lake and make sure that you're following that one that goes all the way out to the shore.
090 and 2000.
So here's some sim pictures. Well, this is a real world picture, I think, that has the water tower and the grain elevators and the railroad tracks, so that you can kind of get an idea. Depending on the sim, it may or may not look that well.
4664, thanks, United 4884.
Mad Noob says in FSX you could grab a scenery that had big arrows on the track. Man, I wish I had known that. Alright, let's do another spin through the let's do another spin through the fuel gauges and make sure that we're good here. I'm not really doing this at a specific interval.
United 2394, expect my ILS 4 right, North Altimeter 3018.
That's definitely 7, 8.5,
Southwest 3533,
8.5, and 7.
270, 3533.
Number 514 Delta Victor, living wire space, radar services are terminated, frequency change approved, good night.
High frequency change approved, 514 Delta Victor, we'll see you.
United 5884.
Okay, so auxes are running at about 10, 8.5, 36, and 5.
6 better than people think.
American 1289, New York, welcome back.
Notice it's not symmetrical, right? We burned 250 pounds there and 150 pounds there.
300, question 3018.
Interesting to me.
United 408, New York.
United 408, go ahead.
United 408, descend via the Sobel for arrival, Newark altimeter 3018.
So it looks like Cleveland Center's not on, so we're going to be crossing their airspace for a little while. We will monitor New York just to have the chatter to listen to, because it's fun to hear what's going on the radios. But just to stay compliant with the code of conduct, we will also monitor the advisory frequency on COM2. We'll come down here, select the box, with that both button depressed. So this determines which one you're transmitting and receiving on.
267.
But then if the both is depressed, then you're monitoring both while transmitting and receiving off the selected one. You can verify that here. Yeah, so we're still transmitting. Actually,
16, living Myers Space. Cleveland Center is closed. Frequency change approved. Good day.
Great day.
You too.
let's do the opposite. So we're transmitting and receiving on the advisory frequency,
Metro heading 090, vector silence, runway 4.
but we're still listening to New York Center.
Vector heading at 090, vector 12, ILS 4 right.
Southwest 30, South 33, proceed direct descent, climb maintain audible 360.
Okay.
Direct descent 360.
So here's where it gets a little tricky. When you get up to this point of at the town of Ripon, okay, when back up here, when you get up over the town of Ripon, that's when it gets a little dicey. You're going to make sure that you're following the railroad tracks and not the road, and that's where it gets a little difficult. And you pass this point Pickett, I think this is okay. Now this is once you get into Ripon. So once you get into Ripon down here, prior to reaching Fisk. So passing Ripon, passing Pickett, they will call you out by your aircraft type and color, and that's why you have to file a VFR flight plan with your aircraft type and your color in the remarks. Even though in the U.S. you typically do not need to file a VFR flight plan. If you're, you don't have to file a flight plan if you're VFR. For this event, it helps them out a lot because it tells them what color you are, so they know what color to call you. Their livery, their model matching may not put you in the right color for your aircraft livery. So in order for them to call you out by the correct color, that you have to write it down for them. This is the other part that gets really, really tricky if there's another aircraft near you that is a similar size type and color. When you're in the immediate vicinity of Fisk, less than 2 miles, when you're pretty much right on top of Fisk, is when they're going to call you. If you're down here by Pickett and they call Blue Skyhawk and you're a Blue Skyhawk, they're probably not talking to you. You have to be very careful that you're really almost at this fork point here at Fisk. You're down here, or if you're still just passed over Ripon, you're not even at Pickett yet, they're not calling you, and that gets super, super tricky because, you know, if you're flying a really, really popular type, that's caught me out before where I was flying, you know, like a low engine, low wing twin. All right, blue and white low wing twin. Okay, that's probably me. Well, no, I'm still way down here. Why would they be calling me? You know, they're not going to call you until you're almost on top of Fisk Avenue. So. So where it says that on this page, when you're in the immediate vicinity of Fisk, less than 2 miles, that's important. Don't listen out for similar aircraft type unless you are right there on top of Fisk. They'll issue a runway assignment, a transition, and appropriate tower frequency. Don't proceed beyond Fisk or change to the tower frequency unless they tell you. If you're not sure that they're talking to you, turn back. Okay, turn back, loop back to the Green Lake and try again. I almost would recommend the first time you do this, fly up to Fisk and plan on breaking back to Green Lake no matter what. Because just hearing that cadence and being able to tell, oh, was that for me? Oh, that's definitely for me. Or, oh, I thought that was me, but it turned out not to be me. Experiencing that once is not a bad idea. Before you come back and do the live version, basically, circle back and try it again and do it for real this time.
Up to 3204 Walker.
If they give you the northeast transition along the tracks, it's going to be one frequency. If they tell you to follow Fisk Avenue, it's another frequency. They're either going to tell you to follow the tracks, or upon reaching Fisk, turn right and follow the east-west road, which is Fisk Avenue. It literally is a 090, so don't confuse that with Highway 44 like they say. The large microwave tower may or may not be well represented in your sim, but you can look for it. Stay close to Fisk Avenue, stay on the south side, but remain north of the microwave tower. So you want to thread that needle south of the road, but north of the tower if you can. There is a waiver for separation, which we talked about. You're going to be, up to a half mile. You may be asked to fly a short approach with descending turns and a touchdown point on a specific dot. So maintain 90 knots until you do that. Arrivals and departures are on separate frequencies, so if you don't hear departures, if you see other traffic moving around but you don't hear them, don't assume it's some AI glitch or it's a radio failure or anything like that. There are going to be planes moving around you that are not talking on the same frequency as you. Get used to that. If you're flying as a flight in formation, one person tells the ATC that they're a flight, everybody else has to squawk standby, identify as the number and type. You're responsible for your own separation, but this may not always be feasible, and you may be asked to separate by ATC. If you have to hold, it's the left-hand patterns that I kind of showed you on the previous pages, and then you kind of break back off left hand with a left-hand turn. Yeah, and you kind of come back this way to Green Lake or to Puckaway Lake.
-40
90 and 18 or 135 and 23. Same altitudes that you're progressing along the path in is this altitude and speed that you should be holding in. If the hold pattern gets saturated, then stay clear and make left turns until ATC advises you, or you can go back to one of the previous points and hold there.
4518 heavy, maintain 3000.
And then once you are leaving the holding pattern, this tells you the proper way to leave the holding pattern and proceed. Here's that depicted, kind of a triangular pattern from Fisk to Rush Lake, and then back to Pickett. Or here's the Green Lake is just a kind of left-hand circuit around Green Lake.
8000, fully altimeter is 301.
All right, once you get up there, if you're landing on runway 9, you're going to be coming from Fisk. You're going to make kind of a 45-degree turn from base to final. If you're on the turbine or Warbird Arrival, which we'll get to, you're going to be on a tight left downwind, and they're going to turn you. They're going to turn you right toward the numbers. This is going to be a fun one. If we're landing on runway 9 up there, this is going to be a fun one in the DC-6. They can have you land on the threshold, or they can have you land on the white dot. Green dot and orange dot are used the other way. After landing, just exit onto the grass, left or right. Don't turn back onto the runway. And really, honestly, they don't control ground. Basically, you turn off on the grass and you're on your own. If they're landing 27, you're going to come up the railroad tracks and you're going to enter a tight right downwind in base. And you might be landing on the threshold or the orange dot or the green dot. The Warbird Arrivals will come straight into runway 27. That's a little easier. And again, turn right or left onto the grass. Don't turn back onto the runway. And they're not controlling on the grass. Once you're on the grass, you're on your own. If they're putting you on the 18s, they're going to put you on Fisk Avenue. You're going to end up on a left downwind east of the field, and a tight left downwind. They're basically going to tell you aim straight for the blue dot and land. Don't go north of the blue dot.
Walker 3981, climb maintain probable 360.
Up to 360 for Walker 3981.
And then the standard one is they kind of have you come Fisk Avenue and a left base on the 36 left or 36 right. That's the easy one. Kind of, it's a single turn onto whichever runway, and purple, yellow, or pink dot. Usually purple or yellow. Over here we got green square and red square on 18 right. That's so you know it's the right side. The right 36 right is what used to be taxiway alpha, so it's very, very narrow. 36 left is the runway proper. Purple or yellow dot. Yeah, twice. 2.5 times as wide. Don't roll out beyond the blue dot if you land 36 left. Basically, you're just going to turn left. Yeah, 36 right, do not turn left. 36 right, you basically want to turn right into the grass. 36 left, you want to turn left onto the taxiway or into the grass. All movement other than on paved runways is at pilot's own risk. Yeah, they do not control ground.
180 or greater until doing, please.
180 till doing.
Yeah, 36 left, turn left into the grass or onto a hard surface. 36 right. High speed taxi to the end of 36 right left on the 3-1, left on the 2-3, and left on the Papa. So if you land 3-6 right and you want to park over here, you stay all the way on, you turn left on this runway, that's left on this runway, and kind of go around that way.
United 5884, expect by LS Zulu, runway 9 right.
Yeah, 18 right, turn right into the grass, and we're on to Papa.
Number 2203, what's your requested
Yeah,
altitude today,
Papa's this parallel runway here, or parallel taxiway here, by the control tower. Yeah, so if you land 18 left, they want you to roll it long, left on 3-1, left on 2-3, and then join Papa. And then your parking area is all down here.
16,500,
Departures we're not going to cover. If you want to do a departure, you can do that. You can read that on your own. This is the arrival that we're going to fly today. Procedures restricted, high-performance turbojet, turboprop, and Warbird aircraft. For our purposes, we're going to consider ourselves a Warbird aircraft, cruising at 130 knots or greater. Slower Warbird aircraft shall use the VFR arrival. We're not slower aircraft. 130 is kind of where we're going to be. The city of Fond du Lac is the entry point for the Warbird arrivals. Monitor the ATIS for the anticipated landing runways. Arrive, but avoid the airport airspace. The airport.
Let's secure 249 heavy New York, runway 9 left, thanks to the Kilo and Whiskey.
Airport airspace is. Yeah, Fond du Lac Airport. It doesn't have a marked airspace.
Metro, flight heading 090, vectors to final.
Oh, but it does. It has a temporary control tower, so it's a non-towered field except during this event. It has a temporary control tower during this field that goes up to 3,300. So we want to be at 3,500 or higher as we pass over. So that's very important to know. There is a temporary delta, essentially 4 miles and 3,300 feet. That's it's not marked on the sectional, but it is active by NOTAM here.
Newark Tower, good day.
So 3,500 as you pass over.
United 2394, flight heading 090, descend and maintain 3000.
This is the one where you do actually talk to the controllers. Like on the Fisk arrival, you just wait for them to call you. On the Warbird arrival, you do actually talk to the controllers. So we'll come back to that in just a moment. Let me just kind of take a quick scan through the engine gauges. Fuel pressure across the board, 150, 3422, 250. Still getting good speed, progressing normally, and 263 over the ground. Let's take a peek at our fuel balance.
United 2053, 2,200.
So we got 700 pounds in here. We're going to burn this down to 500, and then we're going to run the whole plane temporarily off of this fuel tank. I'll show you there's a little bit of a trick to that, but when we transition from currently we're running the left side of the plane off of the left side tank and the right side of the plane off of a right side tank. There's a little bit of a trick to run one tank across all four that we're going to have to do, and I'm going to have to remember, or else I'm going to be in jeopardy of shutting this plane down accidentally. Let's take a peek here at our fuel levels and take another reading, just so that we can say we're keeping track. Mains are showing 7, 8.5,
2394, flight heading 070, to maintain 2,800,
8.5, and 7. Officers are showing 7,
United 2394, all correct.
8.5, 32.5,
United 408, confirm speed 180.
and 5. Okay, so we can see that these are holding pretty steady. This one's been diminishing. This one's been diminishing. This one went from 9 to 8.5, but I think maybe the first couple times I looked at it, I was just rounding up, possibly. So we want to stop it when it gets to 500. So that's going to be another 10 minutes, maybe? All right, let's go back to what we're doing. So, when we get up there,
New York Center, Bayjet 504, 25 Northwest, Teterboro 400.
if we're on 36s, we'll check in on 26.6. If we're on any other runways, we're going to be on 18.5. But this is one different than the Fisk Arrival. Fisk Arrival, you follow the path, you wait for Fisk Approach to call you. This one, you check in over Fond du Lac. Remember, make sure you're at least 3,500, and then you descend to 2,800 toward the island, and then 2,800 or 250 to the island, and then 2,800 or 150 after the island. And you're checking in on one of these frequencies once you are over top of Fond du Lac, and then once again you are over top of the island.
Top of 5267, it's going to maintain 3,000.
So if you're 3,500 to get over the airport, once you're 4 miles...
United 2394, contact the tower, 118.3, good eye.
18.3 full time, United 2394, contact.
United 2053, proceed direct code, call and maintain protocol 3.
Yeah, so this almost slightly contradicts itself, because the airport airspace...
United 65, it's going to maintain 6,000.
6,000, 6,000.
Yeah, the airport airspace is 3,300 feet within 4 miles of Fond du Lac, but we don't want to encroach that. But it wants us down to 2,800 after we're past it. So that's worded a little bit contradictorily. It says when within 4 miles from Fond du Lac, descend to maintain 2,800. Well, we can't. We're going to be encroaching on their airspace if we do. So we'll descend from 35 to 28 after we pass Fond du Lac, I guess is what we should do.
United 1440 New York, hello, squawk 1377.
1377, United 1440.
We might be instructed to orbit the island until a landing sequence is issued. That's fine. Left turns. 150 or less and descend to 1,800. You can request the 360 overhead approach with a right brake to 27 or 36. ATC can initiate the overhead approach to the other runways. That would be more of a military approach. You would go over the runway in the direction of the landing, and then do a kind of a circuit and down. You know, we're more of a civilian aircraft than a military aircraft, although I guess the military flew a variant of the DC-6. But yeah, you need to avoid the arrivals area, which is southwest. So this isn't too bad. It's pass over Fond du Lac, call in, head to the island, call in, and then if they ask you to circle, then circle. If not, they'll just give you the pattern entry. The trick is to keep the pattern entry nice and tight so that you're not encroaching on the Fisk arrivals. Mad Doom says, I hope I get to complete the arrival before the 100% chance of severe thunderstorms hit my house and need to shut down. Yeah, we're lucking out in terms of the weather in Oshkosh today. I mean, we had some weather moving through where I departed from, which was also my home area. Looks, it's actually staying just south of my home area, so we're good out the window here. But the weather up north, where we're arriving, is nice visual conditions. 10 static miles clear, 10 static miles clear, 10 static miles clear, 10 static miles clear, 10 static miles clear. Yeah, everything's looking pretty good here in terms of that. So.
Kennedy VOR, United 1440.
17 now showing as arriving into Oshkosh, so it is starting to pick up a little bit. Oh, Melvin, yeah, I think you're fine with the call sign. I wouldn't worry about that.
AGS 422, you're leaving Myers Stage, Cleveland Center is closed, frequency change approved, good.
Over to advisory, Bayjet 422, see ya.
Bayjet 504, Descend and maintain throttle 200.
That's what you get when you decide to fly 2 minutes before you load the sim up. No, I think you're fine, Owen.
Yeah, Central, good afternoon, 52 Delta Heavy.
There's some of the best sessions, though, says Mr. Rogers, right?
So it's 22
All right, let's take a quick scan. We're going to go ahead and pop off the number 1. And again, for those joining late, I loaded the fuel haphazardly on purpose just to provide myself the additional challenge of rebalancing it during the course of the cruise. So we are going to be running all 4 engines off of the number 3 alt temporarily. That's not an ideal situation. It gives you a single point of failure. However, in order to rectify this massive imbalance, that's what we're going to do. We're currently running the left half of the plane off of the number 1 alt, the right half of the plane off the number 3 alt. But now that the 1 and 4 are just about symmetrical, we're going to switch. We're going to run the entire plane off of this, burn it down to as close as we can to where this is, and then we'll see where we stand. We should be at that point getting ready to start our arrival. And you know, when you are in approach, you definitely want redundancy. So when you get back to an approach situation, you're going to want to switch back. We use the mains to power, you know, 1 tank per engine. That's your safest configuration, and so that's what we'll do during our arrival. But in order to rebalance in the meantime, we'll take the gamble, since we're at 20,000 feet, of running all 4 off of this tank until it gets burnt down a little bit. So that's what we're going to switch over to now until we're going to burn another 30 pounds or so out of the number 1. The catch is going to be, we're currently running left side engines off of a left tank, right side engines off of a right tank. In order to shut down the number 1, there's one other step that we've got to do in order to keep fuel going across the entire aircraft. So I'll show you that here in just a moment. Let's just go ahead. We're close enough there, I think. Let's just go ahead and switch over. We'll run everything off of the number 3. All right, so first of all, any tank that is going to lose an engine, let's put the booster into high. Any tank that's going to gain an engine, let's put the booster into low. There's reasons that have to do with fuel vapors, what they call vapor lock. I don't know them. I just know them. The mnemonic is easy enough. If you got a tank that you're taking an engine off of, put it on high. If you got a tank you're adding an engine to, put it on low.
Center, Astrojet 143 with kilo ready to
taxi. We got this view here where we can see, very top of the screen, you can see the fuel pressures. Before we shut this selector off, you know, 1, 3, and 4 are off, or 1, 2, and 4 are going to be off. 3 is going to be the only one on. However, these crossfeed levers are down 1 position. That's not going to cut it. We need them to be down 2 positions, because when crossfeeds are off, engines only feed from their own tank. Crossfeeds are 1 notch down. They can feed from a tank on the same side of the plane, but they can't feed from a tank on the opposite side of the plane unless you put those down another notch. So those crossfeeds are now representative of the plane being able to feed from any tank to any engine. Now we can go ahead and shut off the number 1, and we're running all engines on just the aux tank number 3. Let's make sure we've got still fuel pressure across the board. Let's double check that aux number 3 is the tank that we want to run off of. Yep, it is. Okay, operations complete. Neutralize the booster pumps, and then 1 final check to make sure you still have fuel pressure across the board. All right, so we now have 1 tank, 1 aux tank feeding across, and it's feeding all 4 engines.
Basic 504, just want to maintain 14,000.
So, again, not an ideal situation from the standpoint of redundancy, but it's best we got in terms of wanting to get this balance back in order. Again, you'd never loaded this wonky to begin with, but we did it that way on purpose just to provide ourselves with the challenge of, hey, how would we fix it if we had to? So, there we are. The mains are still exactly where we left them, 7.5. Number 2 main. Yeah, that's 8.5. Yeah, I'm sorry, 7, 8.5, confused myself for a second. 8.5 and 7. So they haven't changed since we shut those off. The oxys are now at 5.
United 5884.
8.5.
180 vectors to final.
30 and 5. But as we take additional readings, we should note that only the number 3 aux is coming down. But we'll check on that in a few.
Left down.
And hope that that'll be the case.
Number 2203, got traffic there, 3 o'clock, 3 miles, altitude indicates 2,400, aircraft size unknown. Okay.
Quick peek, let's make sure we're not in any staffed airspace. We don't seem to be. Let's just take a peek at these guys. He's at 1,700 feet.
Lufthansa 412 heavy, just want to maintain 5,000.
Ah, nice.
Going to maintain 5,000, Lufthansa 412.
Not at 65 heavy, turn right heading 090.
Very nice work there. He's been doing a replication of, we saw this one done in the real world, somewhat recently. So he's doing a replication of that. Very nice work, sir. But certainly what's the altitude he's doing it at? He's doing it at 3,000 feet, so certainly nothing that I need to worry about. Key, that's pretty cool. But the key point that we're taking from it is that we're not conflicting with anybody here, so we don't need to make any advisory announcements. We're monitoring the New York frequency, but we're transmitting and receiving on 22.8 just to be compliant with code conduct. We're up to 20 arrivals now into Oshkosh. Yeah, it's starting to build up. Not officially underway with this event. This event does not officially start for another 45 minutes. But there's already 17 arrivals scheduled there. I'd say we're going to be pretty well attended.
United 408, you're with me, sir.
United 408.
United 408, maintain 180 knots until Dillon. Contact Newark Tower now, 118.3 today.
Yeah, that's outstanding work.
Maintain 180 knots and contact Tower 118.3 and thanks control by United 408.
Thank you. American 2753, just want to maintain 3,000.
Good stuff, my friend, good stuff. You know, and it's so funny, like, you look at that and you roll your eyes and you're like, VATSIM pilots. No, real pilots do this crap too. it's kind of neat. The advent of sites like Flight Sim Radar that show these tracks and these paths. Real pilots like to show off their goofy writing skills also. So why shouldn't a VATSIM pilot? It's realistic.
General Admin 230, 565. American 2753, fly heading 310, vectors to final.
310, vectors to final, American 2753.
Jet 143 short runway.
All right, coming up on Lake Erie, the first of the
143, wind variable at 4.
Great Lakes we're going to cross today, of 2. Erie and then Michigan. And then, of course, we got the big Lake Winnebago up there near Oshkosh that we're going to be flying around today.
November, contact Newark Tower 118.3. Good day.
118.3, 123 altitude.
United 5884, wind 12084, runway 9 right, quarter line.
Alright, did I cover everything I needed to cover in terms of the Warbird Arrival? So basically, we'll go 3,500 over the airport, 2,800 over the islands, and then from island to the airport, 1,800. There's some additional information if you're coming in as a helicopter, just certain areas that you have to stay away from. If you're going to land at Fond du Lac, where this temporary tower is, some information on that, VFR and IFR arrivals. And runway turnoff instructions very similar to what you have at Oshkosh. And then Appleton is up to the north, and that's another diversion point if Oshkosh gets too busy that you can land on.
65 heavy, flight heading 070, intercept runway 4 right.
So this was the page about IFR arrivals. they're really, when the reported weather is at or above 4,500 feet and visibility greater than 5 miles, all IFR arrivals except turbojet and air carrier aircraft are strongly encouraged to cancel IFR 60 miles from Oshkosh. Then you execute the VFR arrival from Ripon or higher performance aircraft, the turbine Warbird arrival. So that's what we're doing. We've got, they say 60 miles. Well, this Badger VOR, this last waypoint that we filed, 53 miles. So really, when we're crossing back onto the shore, that's when we want to kind of cancel our IFR and go ahead and start picking up the ATIS for Oshkosh. So right as we come back over on the land from Lake Michigan. In addition, if we want to be at Fond du Lac,
43 airborne, passing 1.7 for 2, heading 040.
let's just add it as a waypoint, even though we're not really going there.
17,000, straight 143.
So it's 13 miles, 13 miles prior, and this is a 53-mile leg, so it's 40 miles from Badger to Fond du Lac. When we are descending from 20,000, we want to descend from 20, we'll call it to 4,000. We know it's 35, but we'll just say 4,000 for round figures. We're going to need to lose 16,000 feet. In this aircraft, you really want 5 miles for every 1,000 feet you need to lose. So we want to start descending 80 miles prior to Fond du Lac. Well, 40 of that is going to take us to Badger, so we want to start that descent 40 miles prior to Badger. So 40 miles prior to Badger, we'll start down. 20 miles prior to Badger, we'll cancel our IFR and start picking up the ATIS information from Oshkosh. Alright, that's the plan. I think we're good in terms of our fuel balance for right now. I'm going to take a quick break out of the cockpit. Yeah, we got I-5, 8.5, and 30 dropping to 25. Alright, so we're good. Everything's fine for right now, and we're not in staffed airspace. The frequency that we're monitoring, we're really just only monitoring for the entertainment value. We are not in staffed airspace as it stands right now. So that means I can go ahead and take a quick break out of the cockpit for some liquid recycling. Does not appear as though we are going to be interfering with anyone if we do that. Don't see any immediate conflicts coming up. So I think we're fine. Okay, we're going to do that. Seb Part 2, hey, stopping in. Seb Part 2, how are you? Don't forget, guys, while I'm away, don't forget we've got our slant artwork adventure underway as well. Our slant artwork adventure is the image description that we throw in the chat GPT to have it create an image that's roughly relevant to the live stream of the day so that we can use it as our thumbnail for our YouTube upload later on. So for today, we've got our well-dressed dapper captain of the DC-6 in front of the control tower at EAA AirVenture Oshkosh 2026 with the Red Bull stunt plane performing in the background. So if you want to add to that image or modify that image in any way, go down to the bottom of the chat panel where we've got the alphabets serial icon that represents our Twitch channel points. And the button next to that tells you how many you have. If you have 500 or more, you can click on that button and cash in those 500 points to get in on the queue. And as soon as I get back from my liquid recycling break, we'll entertain your suggestion to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. Alright, we'll work on that when we get back. And we'll kind of recap the plan from the notice and the NOTAM so that we know what we're doing when we get up to Oshkosh. For those of you who are coming on the Fisk arrival, we'll kind of do a short version recap of that as well. And then we'll check again on our fuel balance situation, all once we get back here in just a moment. Sit tight, friends. A lot of flying left to do. Thanks for joining us for another one of our Slant Alpha adventures.
Heavy, fly heading 070. Just going to maintain 2,800 still established, but let's from Lake 4 right. Jet 143, proceed direct park, follow, maintain Bravo 300. Direct park up to 350, Jet 143. Argent 256, you'll be leaving my airspace shortly. Washington Center exposed, frequency change approved today. Flight. Target 2783, flight heading 115, runway 9 left, clear for takeoff, the wind is 12084. Hotel 412 Heavy, call the tower now, 118.3, good afternoon. 118.3.
Oh man, I didn't even leave it with any music. I guess the music of these giant double wasp engines is enough, right? They are pretty musical. What someone has described it as a ASMR type stream. But anyway, here we are. Back into the aircraft, and welcome back. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures underway. I was going to try and navigate this with conventional navigation, and we kind of ran into a snag when the first VOR that we had dialed in wasn't of sufficient transmitting distance for us to do that. And just right away, I was just like, all right, forget it. We'll just go back to the GPS. Shows how spoiled I've gotten just in the last, I don't know, a few months. Oh, it's more than a few months now. The last, handful of months that we've migrated away ever so gradually from strictly relying on old school radio-based navigation, which we used to do in this aircraft. We used to do when we originally started flying the Fly Simulator Lear 35. We used to do originally in the BAE 146 from Just Flight, but in all three of those cases, we've kind of gradually accepted that RNAV capability is almost, I'm not going to say required, but it's strongly encouraged in lots of cases because there's just ever evaporating list of conventionally navigable airways and conventionally navigable runway approaches. So without a GPS or some kind of RNAV capability, you're really limiting yourself. And in some cases, it makes it difficult to participate in busy events on VATSIM because you become the special needs child. And that's not always easy for controllers to accommodate when they're at their maximum, or overloaded capacity. So yeah, we've just kind of over the last couple of years of the 8-year run of the live stream kind of drifted ever so gradually away from truly flying these birds in Slant Alpha fashion. Mad Noob is here, says he wants to see the pups along with me in pink shirts. In the pink shirt, is that the what is that, the event staff up there, or is that the controllers? Who is it that wears the pink shirts up there? I can't remember if it's the event staff on site or if it's the actual controllers that wear the pink shirts. Yes, Mr. Rogers agrees. He says, losing a ton of the old school procedures. I think a few people have solutions that we can lean on in the future, hopefully. Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but I'll keep my fingers crossed that you're correct. I know you have a little bit of insider knowledge there, so. Hopefully. Anyway, who's the pink shirt? The pink shirts are the ground, okay, the ground staff directing people around. Okay, gotcha. I couldn't remember. I know the controllers all wear certain shirts as well up there. Alright, we got the reference image dropped in there, and we got ChatGPT working on that for us. Either New York Center has gone offline, or we are no longer in radio range of them. I can't imagine it's gone that quiet. I guess it's possible it's gone that quiet. There doesn't seem to be a lot of traffic in the western part of their airspace. Maybe it has gone that quiet. But I do think that we don't need to continue monitoring them. But we are now 20 minutes away from the official start of the event, 1800 Zulu time, 2 p.m. U.S. Eastern time. Current time is just about 1:40 Eastern. So in about 20 minutes, we should see a bunch of controllers logging on to handle the influx of aircraft to Oshkosh. Well, look, the number is ever climbing. It was 36. It just ticked over to 37 as I was starting to point at it. So we definitely are starting to see, you know, some good support for this event. Back to 36. Some good support for this event before it has even started. So hopefully that'll continue to be the case. But in about 20 minutes, we should see Chicago approach. It looks like we've got Green Bay approach already on, kind of bordering Oshkosh to the north. And I expect it won't be long at all. We'll start seeing the event staffing. Let's real quick once again recap what we're doing. It's the VATSIM version of of EAA AirVenture, which we refer to as VATVenture 2026 edition, hosted by the Chicago ARTCC within DAT USA on VATSIM. We do have the NOTAM and pilot guide. I've got that pulled up over here. And for those of you coming in on the FISC arrival, and for those of you coming into this event, it is strongly encouraged. And in fact, the document here refers to it as mandatory, and I concur with that assessment. Mandatory that you read through this and understand it. I will give you the short version, however, I am not going to cover everything that you need to know. I will give you kind of a basic understanding, and then I will encourage you to educate yourself on the details. The big picture of what's happening is, in this real-world fly-in, accommodates a massive crush of VFR arriving traffic, single and light twins mostly, that all come in to fly in for this massive air show, week-long air show and event, trade show, conference. It's pretty much all of these things. Oh my gosh, we got the raid coming in from Kev Mikwa. Kev, thank you very kindly for the raid. We were just starting to explain what we are doing today. We're flying the Douglas DC-6, and we are headed up to the VATSIM version of EAA AirVenture, known as VATVenture. We are going to end up flying, we're on an IFR flight plan for now, but we're going to end up canceling IFR down by the Badger VOR, coming in from the south and flying the Warbird Arrival procedure into Oshkosh. However, I was explaining for anyone else who is planning on participating in this event today, and we've already got 38 inbound for Oshkosh. The event hasn't even started. The event starts in 18 minutes from now is when the official event time starts. But anyway, I'm going to give you the very short version of this arrival procedure, but you must read through this and understand it a lot more in detail than what I'm about to give you if you plan on doing this today. So again, VATUSA.net, Pilot Tools, Events Calendar brings you to the event posting, and the link to the document is in the event posting. I'll kind of show you that from here. VATUSA.net, Pilot Tools, Events Calendar. Of course, it was right on the top of the page anyway. Pilot Tools and Events Calendar, VATVenture 2026, and then the event notice right here. So that's what we're looking at. If you are a single engine piston or light twin, you're capable of flying of somewhere between 90 and 135 knots. You are pretty much going to be arriving from the south and west, okay? When you plot your course to Oshkosh, you do not want to plot it to Oshkosh. You want to end up down here to the south and west of Oshkosh. As a matter of fact, if you're coming in VFR, there's some VFR reporting points you can use for these specific locations: Endeavor Bridge, VPENV, Puckaway Lake, Green Lake, Ripon, and Fisk. All right, I recommend just come in toward Endeavor Bridge, because what's going to happen is once you start monitoring the ATIS, they'll tell you we're using the Green Lake transition. When that gets saturated, they'll start saying, we're using the Puckaway Lake transition. When that gets saturated, they'll start saying, we're using the Endeavor Bridge transition. So just plan for Endeavor Bridge. If you end up not needing it, great. You can just go eastbound and join in from Puckaway or Green Lake as appropriate. But you're going to end up proceeding along this path south of the bridge, south of the first lake, south of the second lake, and you're going to, off of the northeast corner of Green Lake, you're going to end up over this town of Ripon. After you pass Ripon, you're following these railroad tracks, not the highway, railroad tracks up to the point called Fisk. Okay? This is just a progression of those points I was just telling you. You're doing this on your own. You have monitored the ATIS information so you know which transition you're starting from, but then you're going to switch over and monitor the Fisk approach frequency. You're not going to transmit anything. You do not have to talk to them at all. You simply monitor and you listen out for them to call you. Okay, so you monitor the ATIS on 25.9, you know where you're starting from, and then you monitor Fisk approach as you proceed north. And if Flyer Studios, what event is this? You know what event this is. You know, when I say Ripon and Fisk, you know exactly what event I'm talking about. As you proceed north and east from Ripon, you're over the railroad tracks, not the highway. You pass over the town of Pickett, you approach the town of Fisk. When you get close to the town of Fisk, they are going to call you. If they're going to call you out by your type and color, so you need to put your color in your flight plan. Okay, we are a blue and white 4-engine prop liner, so we've put that in our flight plan. You do need to put in a VFR flight plan, even if you're not picking up IFR. So that's one difference from normal on VATSIM in the US. You don't have to file a VFR flight plan if you're VFR. Today that's different because they need to know what type and color, well, yeah, color specifically you are. The type is going to be transmitted over the network, but the color is not going to be. There's no guarantee that you're going to appear into them as the same livery that you appear to yourself. So in order for them to know what color you're listening out for, you need to put it in the remarks. No verbal responses are required. They talk to you, you don't need to talk to them. They will ask you to rock your wings. Just do a little left and right wag, and that is how you acknowledge them. Once they see that, they will acknowledge that they've seen it, and then they will give you instructions. There are two main things that the Fisk controllers will tell you. They will either tell you to continue along the railroad tracks northeastbound, or they will tell you to turn right and follow the east-west road, which is Fisk Avenue on a 090. Don't follow the wrong road, follow the one that is a straight shot out 090. So those are the two possibilities. And again, they're going to tell you which tower frequency to monitor once they've done that. If they're arriving on runway 9, it's very easy. The transition they give you up the railroad tracks turns into a 45 to final to runway 9. Very, very easy. If they're landing on 27, a little tougher. Keep on the railroad tracks, make a right base over the gravel pit, make an extremely short turn right to the numbers, and then they'll tell you which of these dots to land on, the orange dot or the green dot. Typically, they won't tell you the white dot westbound. They'll tell you the white dot. They'll tell you the numbers or the white dot if you're eastbound, and if you're westbound, they'll tell you the numbers or the orange dot or the green dot. Oh my gosh, we got another raid coming in. We got Mr. Sim Egan. Well, Mr. Sim Egan, you guys coming over? I've already started this explanation, so you're catching it a little bit halfway here. But yeah, we're talking through the arrival into VATVenture, the sim version, the VATSIM version of EAA AirVenture. And again, I'm sorry that you missed the first part of the explanation. We had another raid right before yours. But I'm just talking through what's going to happen if you're coming up on the Fisk arrival. So again, they either break it off onto the railroad tracks, you end up on a straight into runway 9, or a tight right downwind to runway 27, depending on which direction they're using, or if they fished you off onto Fisk Avenue, this east-west road, you pass over this US 41, and then you're pretty much on either a left base to the 36 right or left, or on a tight left downwind to 18 left or right. If they put you on 36 left, that's the one that is actually a runway. They're going to tell you if you turn to 36, it's either land on the numbers, or land on the purple dot, land on the yellow dot. If they're putting you on the downwind, they're going to tell you turn base directly toward the blue dot, and then they'll tell you to land on either pink or yellow dot typically. If they put you on 36 right, that's the one that's normally a taxiway. they temporarily redesignated a runway. Well, they're telling you squares for that one. They're telling you the green square or the red square. And again, you know, they're going to put you on a nice tight downwind for that. If they're putting you on the 1/8 side, it's just a simple left base off of Fisk Avenue to the 3/6s. When you land, you do not have to talk to ground. There is no ground controller. Taxiing is pilot's own risk. Follow the VFR taxi instructions to manage the flow. Don't cross any runways. If you're landing on 27, you're simply going to turn off right, turn off left, into the grass, and park. If you're landing on 36 left, you're basically going to go left onto the grass or left onto Papa. If you're landing 36 right, they don't want you to talk to ground. They don't want you to cross 36 left. They want to go, they want you to roll it long, turn left on this runway, turn left on this runway, and join Papa, and then turn to the taxi area. Again, if you land on 36 right, you're just supposed to know that. Roll it long, left on the runway, left on the runway, left on the Papa. Okay, it says it down here, 36 right. Left on the runway 31, left on the 23, left on the Papa. You just know it. You don't ask them. You don't need to bother them. They're busy. They're not controlling ground movements. Just do all that because it's right here in the NOTAM that says to do that. 9 and 18, yeah, 18 right, turn right into the grass. For us, we're doing a different one. We're doing what they call the turbine and Warbird Arrival. If you're not able to do 90 knots at 1,800 feet, and you're not able to do 135 knots at 2,300 feet, you're going to be you're a higher performance aircraft. You're going to come in over Fond du Lac. Fond du Lac is on the sectional as a non-towered field. However, it is today a towered field up to 3,300 feet and 4 miles. So we're going to make sure we don't encroach on the tower airspace 3,300 feet and 4 miles. Even though it's not depicted here, it is temporarily there as part of this event. After we pass over that airspace, we descend to 2,800, 250 or less to Warbird Island. And then after we pass Warbird Island, we'll either orbit it until tolled, or we'll continue into the airport at 2,800 and 150 knots or less until the sequence is issued. This one's a little different than the Fisk Arrival. In this one, you do check in on these frequencies. You just say what color and type you are, that you're over Fond du Lac, or they say color and type you are, where you're over Warbird Island, and then you wait for their instructions. If they're on the 3/6s, this is the frequency you check in on. Any other runway, you check in on this frequency. But this one, you do talk to them if you're on the Warbird Arrival coming from the south over Fond du Lac and then the island. So it's a little bit different than the Fisk. Fisk Arrival, you don't have to say a word. You acknowledge with a wing rock. You break off onto whichever side to tell you. Tower controller talks to you. You acknowledge with a wing rock, and then you land. And then you taxi in the grass and never heard from again. Warbird Arrival, you actually do talk to them. We can do 360 overhead brake, which is a military approach maneuver. You approach in the same direction as the runway, and then you turn onto the downwind, and then you turn back onto landing. You saw my airshow performance. You saw something like that at the very end. But normally, especially because we're not explicitly in a military type, I mean, I guess the variant of the DC-6 is used as a transport plane in the military, but we're pretty much in a civilian type today. So we won't expect to do an overhead brake, a 360 brake, although if we are told to do, I'm not going to request one, but if we're told to do one, we will. They may need it for spacing. Who knows? But at any rate, that's going to be the drill for us. But again, if you're going to fly this event, and it's starting officially in 7 minutes, and I think you've got 4 hours of guaranteed coverage. Yeah, 18 to 22. So starting in 7 minutes, and then you've got 4 hours of a guaranteed coverage. If you're going to do it, I mean, I just gave you the real quick and dirty down low, but you do want to read through this and make sure that you understand it. This is one that's going to be kind of a massive crush, and you don't want to be the one that needs all the hand-holding because you didn't read the document. 46 scheduled inbound. We haven't even started the event yet. We are also, well, two things, guys. Number one, we're working on our slant artwork adventure. Looking a little bit less like me as we go on. That's okay. Our slant artwork adventure is a project that we do where we feed an image description into ChatGPT and have it create an image that roughly represents what we're doing on the day's live stream. And then you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. Once you've done that, you can let us know how you would like to add to or modify that image. And so yeah, since we're coming into Oshkosh with the DC-6, we've got me, again, looking a little less like me now. We can maybe adjust it at the end. But me, dressed in my... well, now I've got a staff badge, too. Standing in front of the DC-6, we've got a Red Bull aircraft performing, and the furry co-pilots are all the ground staff as well. Looking none too happy to be there, I might add. So anyway, if you want to add to or modify that image, just, a few words, simple sentence, don't give me like a paragraph or anything. But cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then you can let me know in the chat what you'd like to do to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. Let's take a peek up top and see how we're doing. The other thing that we're doing is we loaded this aircraft. We're doing a nice long haul all the way from the eastern shore of Maryland in our DC-6, so we've got about a 3.5-hour total flight. And as I often do in this aircraft, just for the challenge of it, I often will start with an extremely messed up fuel balance situation with my with my excuse me guys, sorry. With my challenge being, how can I get the fuel rebalanced as we make our way to our destination? So we've been working on that as we go. That unfortunately means that right now we're in a slightly risky fuel configuration where we're running all 4 engines off of the number 3 aux tank. The number 3 aux tank was massive, was filled to capacity. It was 4,500 pounds when we started. The rest of them were kind of loaded haphazardly. And again, you'd never intentionally load the aircraft like that, but we were just challenging ourselves to, hey, like, what if some weird maintenance quirk had happened and they had to drop a tank out or replace one, or something weird happened. The previous crew screwed up and managed it wrong, or the line crew misread the order and filled them all wrong, or whatever. Who knows? Whatever weird stuff happened, and the plane was loaded extremely incorrectly. What would we as a crew do to fix that situation en route? So it does mean that we're running the entire aircraft in the number 3 aux tank right now. You can see the number 3 aux tank was at 4,500 pounds, 42, 37.5, 36, 32, 30. We've been kind of monitoring it as we go using the notes tab on VPilot. Nice thing about it is it puts a timestamp there, so you can kind of track what you're burning per hour. But let's just do another check. So the mains going left to right are at 7, and then 8.5, and then yeah, that one's also at 8.5, and then that one's also at 7. Auxes are showing 5, 8.5, 12, and 5. So yeah, we've gone from 3,000 pounds, aka 3,000 pounds, to 1,200 pounds in about 45 minutes. So that kind of gives you an idea of our fuel burn rate, but it's all coming out of that one tank. Nothing else has changed. So when we get this tank down to about 850 pounds, I think the plan will be to switch back to where the number 2 is running the left side, the number 3 is running the right side. We'll get them all down to about 500 pounds. Then we'll burn the 4 auxes symmetrically, And then for arrival, we'll burn the 4 mains symmetrically, or concurrently. So, the problem with running all 4 engines off of one tank is it's a single point of failure. The safest configuration to run is where each engine has 1 tank to run. And that way, if there's any mishap, break in the fuel line, leak, fuel mismanagement, whatever, if a tank happens to run dry or the engine starves otherwise, you're only killing 1 engine rather than all 4. If you happen to see our most recent stream in the DC-6, we did another semi-long haul into Newark, New Jersey. I got to the point where I was burning fuel out of the middle aux tanks and ran them dry. However, the planes kept running, and I was annoyed that the plane kept running, even though there's a timestamp. I put it in the YouTube comments for the video if you go back and look at it, where I'm just yammering along, and if you're paying attention down here on the lower right-hand side of the screen, there's a moment where these 2 fuel pressures drop to nothing, and then about 3 minutes later, these 2 fuel pressures drop to nothing, and I'm just yammering along just fine, and nothing changes, and the engines keep turning. And I was annoyed. I was like, well, I was happy that I was able to land the plane and be successful, and it looked nice, and I looked like I knew what I was doing because it was a nice landing. But I was unhappy that I made a huge mistake in fuel management, and the plane did not punish me. It let me off the hook for that. So, yeah, so we're going to try not to do that same thing today. But ideally, when you get back to the situation where you're on the landing approach, again, 1 tank per 1 engine is what you want. So that if anything goes wrong, you're not killing half of the plane or all 4 in one fell swoop. We did say that our top of descent. Alright, if we want to be over Fond du Lac at 4,000 essentially, 3,500 really, but 4,000 essentially, and we know that this is about 40 miles from Badger. It's a 54-mile leg all told. We go to the world. Well, okay, yeah, here we go. A 54-mile leg all told from Badger to Oshkosh VORs. But then we, just for the comparison, we've realized we plotted the distance back to Fond du Lac, and it's almost 14 miles backtracking. So 54 minus 14 is about 40. And then we want to cancel our IFR about 60 miles out, so we'll cancel our IFR 20 miles prior to reaching Badger. But our top of descent is going to be 40 miles prior to reaching Badger. We're going to need about 80 miles to get from 20,000 feet down to 4,000 feet. So that 80 miles will start here. Here will be the halfway point. We should be at, what, 12? Yeah, we should be 20 to 12 and 40 miles here. And then 12 to 4 and 40 miles here. Alright, Chicago Center is up. 56 arrivals planned for Oshkosh, Wisconsin. And since Chicago Center is up, we need to go ahead and check in with them here. Okay, Oshkosh Approach, which is technically called Fisk Approach. Oh, they've been on 19 minutes. But they've been on 19 minutes, but they probably just went visible. So it looks like Chicago Center 12777. That's the one that we're going to need to check in with. Okay, let's do it. Let's stop monitoring the second comm. Let's switch over to transmit receive on just the first one. (127,775), and we are 32 miles, or now 31 change miles east of, what's that called? Victory, I think, right? I almost said Volunteer. Volunteer is VXV. That's down near, that's down in Tennessee. Can't remember if that's near Memphis or Nashville. But it's not Volunteer, it's Victory. Let's go to Sky Vector. Yeah, here we are, Victory VOR. Okay, let's check in. Position and altitude. 2777, right? Chicago Center, Douglas 514 Delta Victors, 28 miles east of Victory, flight level 200.
Last aircraft calling, Chicago Center, Roger, stand by.
Not
yes,
ready for you yet.
514 Delta Victor, contact Chicago Center on 134.7.
3487, 514 Delta Victor, thanks. Okay, so he was showing us the split because probably the rest of the controllers that are working this event today just weren't fully up and running yet. So that's fine. If we look again, oh, okay, it's fine. 3487.
Unable VFR flight following right now.
Roger, thanks very much.
November 229 Mike Echo Chicago.
November 229 Mike Echo, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, you're right in my approach path. Alright, just checking that you're here. And November 463 Tango Whiskey, are you with me as well?
November 463 Tango Whiskey.
Roger.
Sounds like he's got a little bit of conflict to sort out.
78, level 380.
United 3778, Chicago Center, welcome.
Chicago Center, Delta Center, I did.
Roger, stand by. Alright, November 699er, contact Chicago Center on 127.77.
Chicago Center, Skyhawk 140, Charlie Mike.
140 Charlie Mike, go ahead.
140 Charlie Mike would like to request flight following to Charlie 15.
Unable flight following at this time.
Chicago Center, Douglas 514 Delta Victors, 18 miles east of Victory at flight level 200. Couldn't get that out.
November 514 Delta Victor, Chicago Center, I got you. And intentional aircraft to Chicago Center on guard. If you're on 134.875, check your mics. We have a hot mic.
Chicago Center, Delta 212, flight level 340.
I was wondering why I was hearing that kind of
Chicago Center, welcome.
side, that block tone, a little bit of that block tone when the controller was transmitting. I thought that was just something on his end, but now I realize it's all during all of the transmissions. But he just kind of explained that just somebody is hot micing on the channel.
November 140 Charlie Mike, Chicago Center on guard. You have a hot mic.
Sounds like I might have just gotten fixed. Maybe not. I can hear him typing back. Yeah, that's definitely.
Good evening.
That's definitely him because we heard him typing back and he said stand by.
Hello, to the southwest of Victory.
Alright, the aircraft south of Victory, say again?
Yes, sir. Checking in American 816 at 14,000.
Okay, I'm having trouble hearing you because we have a hot mic. Stand by. Skyhawk 140 Charlie Mike, radio check. 140 Charlie Mike, you have a hot mic. United 1256, if you can hear me, descend to maintain 5,000.
Alright, descend to maintain 5,000, United 1256.
Thank you.
Chicago, hello, Koala 773, level 430, and we just crossed the Delta B.
And last call, save the call sign again.
Okay.
Twilight.
It might be fixed. I'm not hearing that block tone anymore.
Plus 9898, contact Chicago Center 127.7.
Okay, so I ran the number 3 just a little bit longer than I intended to. So let's just run the number 3 down to 500, and then we'll run the number 2 down to 500.
And center hello, American 81614.
Why do I feel like...
southeast of the Victory VR.
Why do I feel like I have way less fuel than I should? Alright, as we... Well, we're not that far away either.
Southwest 3533.
Negative American 816.
Okay, I got you there. American 816, Chicago Center, welcome.
Okay, so once we pass Victory, and then we get to this point, we're descending.
We just did our event briefing. Signed on to it already, tubing. Yeah, 3778, contact Chicago Center 127.77.
2777, United 3778.
64 arrivals planned into Oshkosh now.
Jet 808, clear direct the airport.
Direct executive 808.
And 808, if you can make that a pretty tight turn for me.
No worries, 808.
Alright, we're making the turn at Victory VOR now.
Alright, Midway, or sorry, Southwest 2271, if you're on frequency, runway 4 right, clear to land.
Chicago Center, Southwest 2271 on final in Midway.
Southwest 2271, runway 4 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, Southwest 2271.
Okay, gonna let 100 more pounds burn out of the number 3. We're gonna switch over to the number 2. We're gonna run that down to 500. And man, we're kind of low on fuel. I planned to bring a bunch extra. I don't know why. We're consuming a lot more than I planned to here.
717 Chicago Center, descend to maintain 16,000, the O'Hare altimeter 30.
But like I said, once we start descending, we should be somewhat close.
Delta 212, contact Chicago Center 127.77, bye-bye.
127.77 Delta.
What I'll do is I'll burn the auxes. I'm not going to leave 500 in each aux tank.
Descend to maintain 3,000.
I'll burn the auxes down as close to 0 as I'm comfortable getting them. And then we'll switch to the mains. And we'll switch.
Rare Jet 808, expect the visual approach.
Yeah, we got just a tiny little bit more in the center mains than we do the outer mains. So we'll manage that. Get it as symmetrical as we can. Alright, this is down at 5 now. Let's go ahead and switch down to number 2. So the aux 3 is going to lose an engine. Aux 2 is going to gain an engine.
2 to 3 o'clock and 15 miles.
Yeah, I got field at site. United 1256.
Fuel pressure across the board.
Yeah, 1256, clear for the visual approach runway 10.
Turn on the number 2.
Future, don't turn on the... If it says vectors on an arrival procedure, then you slide the last heading that's on the chart so that I can turn you when I'm ready to turn you.
Yeah, my apologies on that.
Okay, so we got fuel pressure across the board. Everything's good.
Most of the time, a discontinuity is not your friend, but in this scenario, it is exactly your friend.
Yeah, thank you.
Chicago Center, November 4469 Whiskey at executive flight of 2 with Bravo ready.
So we're going to run this from 850 down to 5, and then we'll run them all from 5 down to nearly empty, and then we'll switch back to the mains, and we're going to be coming up on our top of descent here in just a little bit. We're inbound to Badger, and at 40 prior to Badger is when we want to start. Man, why are we so low on fuel?
71 taxi to gate via Yankee and Tango if you need it.
Yankee, possibility to flight Tango, thank you. Southwest 2271.
November 4469 Whiskey and flight runway 30 taxi via Echo.
Runway 30 taxi via Echo, November 4469 Whiskey, flight of 2.
Chicago Center, Voodoo 1 at 12560 F14.
Voodoo 1, Chicago Center, welcome.
Yeah, why are we so low on fuel?
Chicago Center, Zulu 63 with you. Are you by any chance making clearance for the departure in O'Hare?
I am doing the clearances for O'Hare. I'll get your PDCs here shortly.
Roger that.
Center, Southwest 9899. Do you want us over on 2775?
And last call, who was that?
Southwest 9899.
Southwest 9899. Yeah, I thought I switched you. Go ahead and.
I guess we're gonna be. I guess we're gonna be pretty close. We're supposed to land with like 3,800 pounds.
Yeah, you can contact them over on.
And I guess I've been lulled into how quickly the needles drop when we're running all 4 engines off of 1 tank. When we're running 4 engines off of 4 tanks, they're gonna come down 1/4 as quickly. So I guess I've got more fuel than I realize I do. But man, it's just.
One question: what's the runway into Oshkosh?
Check the ATIS.
The approach is, you're going to talk to another center here shortly.
321, Roger.
Center 808, we got the deal.
Roger, 808, you're clear for the visual approach runway 30. Enter on a right base. And runway 30
right
clear to land.
30 for landing. 808.
And Roger, 808, traffic holds position. Voodoo 1, contact Chicago Center 127.77. See ya.
What was our expected time arrival?
And Voodoo 1, before you go, what altitude are you
Quarter
descending
after
to?
3.
We're descending to
So another hour, so that seems about right.
Roger.
Seems about right, but I feel like we must have been burning more fuel than I intended to. I don't know. We'll have to see. Could be an interesting.
Voodoo 1, contact Chicago Center 127.77.
Could be an interesting ending, guys. Well, I guess we know from our experience into Newark that if we do run out of fuel, the engine's going to keep turning anyway. If that does happen, I will be very angry. Not a PMDG, but it myself.
Chicago Center, exit jet 605 on the ground at Chicago Executive. Information Bravo, request alert.
Alright, but we're 96 miles away, and our top of descent is when we get to 40 miles away. So that means about 10 minutes to top of descent.
Roger, I'll for you shortly. Alright, exec jet 605 clear to Gainesville Airport via the Monks 5 departure radar vector civil then as filed, maintain 5,000, expect flight level 450.
Alright, 200 more pounds, we'll transfer engines to where each has their own tank.
Clear to Gainesville, Monks 5 departure, civil transition, and it's 5, maintain 5,000. Expect 450 minutes after departure review, and squawk 3222, exec jet 605.
Exec jet 605, read back is correct, advise ready for taxi.
Cost of taxi.
Chicago Center, November 4469 Whiskey, hold short 30, ready for departure flight of 2.
Roger, hold short runway 30, landing
66
traffic.
now, anticipated inbound to Oshkosh.
Angle 5-1, Chicago Center, welcome.
All right, another 100 pounds out of the number 2 alt, and then we'll get all the other alt tanks up and running. Matter of fact, let's start getting the boost pumps on in anticipation of that. Alts 1, 3, and 4 are going to gain engines. Alt 2 is going to lose some engines. And we're going to let that tick off 100 more pounds.
Center 808, we gotta go, man. Roger, 808, fly heading of, do 060, climb maintain 3,000.
060 to 3,000. If we could take 16, that's that runway's a push for us.
Roger, you can expect you can expect 16, that's fine.
Alright, still waiting for about 75 pounds to tick off of the number 2.
Yeah, 2053 Chicago.
And also, we're watching our distance countdown. Once we get down to 40, we'll need to request a descent. Actually, when we descend below 18, we can cancel our IFR then.
Alright, November 4469 Whiskey at flight. Fly runway heading runway 30, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading runway 30, clear for takeoff. Number 4469 Whiskey flight 2.
Chicago Center, United 2053 300.
Yeah, 2053, you need to descend quickly now. Descend and maintain flight level. Actually, let's do this. Can you make fire at 11? Crossfire at maintain 1000, the O'Hare altimeter 3020.
Alright, crossfire at maintain 1000. We'll let you know. Should be able to make it for United 2053.
Okay. So let's make our fuel change. We've already done the fuel boost pumps. Whenever a tank is going to start serving fewer engines, you put it on boost pump high. Whenever a tank is going to start serving more engines, you put it on boost pump low.
Yeah, 12. Make the right
Let's go down to the selectors.
Short, 10 left and echo. And
right now, the number 2 is the only one that's on. I'm going to turn on the number 1, number 3, and the number 4. We still have fuel pressure across the board. We are also now going to stop cross-feeding across the aircraft, and we're going to cross-feed. Actually, we're going to stop cross-feeding altogether because all 4 engines have their own tanks now. And we still got fuel pressure across the board. Operations complete. We can return all boost pumps to their normal configuration. And we should see 5s moving to 4s symmetrically now. The boost pumps returned to the normal state. We still have fuel pressure across the board.
4469 Whiskey radar contact.
Okay, so we'll now monitor and make sure we're losing 500 pounds symmetrically across the aux tanks. In the mains, we've got slightly more fuel in the center than the outers. We can maybe work on that on the descent, but once we start the approach, we're going to just want to put it on 1 tank per 1 engine and leave it. 72 miles, so we're now 32 miles from our top of descent.
Roger, thanks. United 1256 cross, runway 10 left at Echo Echo. Text gave you Echo Echo, Lima Lima, and Alpha.
I cross 10 left on Echo Echo, taxi to gate via.
I love the fact that they have a taxiway called Echo Echo. That's just funny to me.
Twilight 717, descend and maintain 5,000.
73 planned arrivals into Oshkosh.
Alright, rear jet 808, maintain 2,500, and gonna make a left turn heading of 230. Alright, maintain 2,500, left turn heading 230, rear 808. And rear 808, once you have the field in sight again, you can report it. Expect to join a left downwind for runway 16. Alright, we'll expect the left downwind for 16, and we'll contact you with it in sight, rear 808.
I think we're done with the we're done with the notes on the fuel balancing. Leave them up there for the posterity of the stream.
Squawk 3122.
Oshkosh approach 120.7, known in the real world as Fisk approach. And of course, if you double click on that, that is what he's calling himself, Fisk approach. Yeah, excuse me, that cough snuck up on me. Oshkosh ATIS. Landing 27, 36 left and 36 right.
Delta Victor, contact Chicago Center 127.77.
2777, 514 Delta Victor.
American 816, contact Chicago Center 127.77.
2777, American 816.
Frequency change approved, and we'll maintain clear of the Chicago Center Bravo airspace. Squawk VFR 621 Papa.
Chicago Center, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, flight level 200.
514 Delta Victor, Chicago Center, hello. Descend and maintain 14,000, General Mitchell altimeter 3021.
Alright, 14,000 and 3021, 514 Delta Victor.
Hey, Chicago, hello, American 816 at 14,000.
American 816, Chicago Center, hello.
Alright, let's go ahead and drop the... let's put the seatbelt signs on. It's the landing altitude is about 800. We'll set that. How long to the landing? I think probably 40 minutes or less. Maybe an hour. Okay, let's drop it out of altitude control. And initial descent. (26 and 21).
Chicago Center, November 463 Tango Whiskey 10,000.
Tango Whiskey, Chicago departure radar contact.
So 26 and 21.
Oh, actually, no, disregard, that's not you. Last we're calling, actually, 408 Double Delta radar contact, stay altitude.
2.5 for Delta.
408 Delta Delta, roger, VFR proceed on course.
VFR on course, Delta.
463 Tango Whiskey, is that you?
463 Tango Whiskey, hello.
463 Tango Whiskey, let me see here, stand by.
Okay, and then we'll...
We're about 15 nautical miles east of the Janesville Airport.
Yeah, no, I got you. I just wanted to see who controls you. Okay, I see.
My wife? My girlfriend? My kids?
463 Tango Whiskey, radar contact. And you're doing the Fisk arrival ISIS?
A firm.
3022.
Okay, you can expect to cancel IFR with Madison eventually, and I'll give you the handoff in just a minute.
All right, you want to keep our current altitude?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, Tango Whiskey, thank you.
514 Delta Victor, contact Milwaukee approach 118.0.
118.0, 514 Delta Victor. 3022 and 118.0.
Tango Whiskey, contact Madison approach 135.45.
135.45, 076 Whiskey.
Milwaukee approach, Douglas 514 Delta Victor's 188 going to 14,000.
November 514 Delta Victor, Milwaukee approach, Milwaukee altimeter 3021, descend and maintain 6,000.
Right down to 6,000, 3021, 514 Delta Victor. 3021.
Milwaukee approach, November 4469 Whiskey, 4,500.
021, cleared down to 6.
November 4496 Whiskey, Milwaukee approach, Milwaukee altimeter 3021, and roger. November 69 Whiskey advised that
and I'll tell you what, I'm going to drop the
north of Milwaukee Airport.
Drop the superchargers
we'll
from
terminate your flight following
high to low, and then we'll put the
fine. I just, he gave me
EMAPs back up to about 100 there.
Also, are we able to resume VFR? He has me on a due north heading.
November 96 Whiskey. Abram, you can proceed to VFR.
Resume on navigation, maintain VFR. 4469 Whiskey.
Okay. And let's see how we're doing with we've still got fuel pressure across the board. That's good news. And yeah, so the fuel's coming down at a much lower pace now that we don't have all 4 engines on one. Of course, we're also reduced throttle as well. So when we get down to 6,000 and cancel IFR, we need to make sure that we're checking back in with our fuel configuration here.
Milwaukee approach, Caravan 621 Charlie Hotel.
That sounds like a cross hyperview.
And November 69 Whiskey, Roger, spark and maintain VFR. And another aircraft calling takeoff time. Caravan 621 Charlie Hotel. Caravan 621 Charlie Hotel. Where are you? We are at Sheboygan. We are requesting VFR to the west 3500. 621 Charlie Hotel. Sheboygan Airport is unpowered and uncontrolled. You can, since you're departing VFR, you can just depart and advise your intention on the advisory frequency. All right, A-firm, I just saw a clearance frequency on the airport chart, so I didn't know if I needed to call you or not, but I appreciate the clarification. Caravan 621 Charlie Hotel. No worries, 1 Charlie Hotel, enjoy your flight. Voodoo 01,
coming down through 16,000, cleared down to 6. Maintaining about 1,000 feet per minute, and keeping the BMEPs down to about 90 to 100 for the descent. And let's make sure, the cylinder head temps are cooling off slightly, so we've got this extra closed notch that we can put it in to help keep that heat in.
November 514 Delta Victor, clear direct Oshkosh Airport.
Direct Oshkosh Airport 514 Delta Victor. Alright. Not what I expected.
Voodoo 01, turn left heading 050.
Hey, 050.
Alright, well at this point, if we are, if we're gonna be canceled IFR for the Warbird Arrival, we'll just do that when they tell us. I was gonna go ahead and cancel as we came down through, coming up on Badger. Let's go ahead and get the ATIS information. We did it by text. It's always fun to listen to it. I wonder if they've got the voice recording of it. That's always more fun. 25-9er.
Voodoo 01, flight heading 330.
And we can monitor while staying on comm.
Welcome to Gross and Stock 46 and Whiskey.
Start no earlier than 30 minutes prior to estimated time of departure. Do not start taxi without approval. Advise the initial contact you have Alpha.
Is that 4469 Whiskey?
Sorry, it's Alpha, time 175.
November 4469 Whiskey, change of
Wind calm, visibility 10, sky clear. Temperature 29er, 2.16, altimeter 3022. RNAV visual runway 27 appears to use. 6 VFR arrival procedures in effect. Runway 27, 36 left, 36 pages 20 and 22 in the notice. Monitor Oshkosh approach control frequency 120.7 for runway assignment frequency. Warbird and turbine arrival to spectrum. Flight 36 left, report over Fond du Lac, again over Warbird Island.
8311, roger, taxi parking discretion.
VFR departure is followed the notice to the runway. Do not contact ground control for taxi.
Parking on the stretch.
VFR aircraft departing runway 27, monitor Oshkosh Tower.
Voodoo 01, the airport is at your
Warbird Arrival,
5 miles.
36 left, 120.7.
Voodoo 01, you know, proceed visually from now, contact South Tower 118.5.
Contact you have Alpha.
18.5, proceed south approach. Voodoo 1.
Sorry,
and Voodoo 1, you can squawk and maintain VFR.
Squawk, maintain VFR, Voodoo 1.
Alright. How's our fuel doing? 400 per tank. We're good. We'll leave it for now. Oh, I need to check the carb temps. Carb temps are in the yellow. I like them to be just above the yellow. We'll add just a touch of carb heat in.
American A16, clear direct Oshkosh Airport.
Direct Oshkosh Airport, American A16.
Okay, carb temperatures are just above the yellow now. Make sure that those levers are moving. Yeah, okay. Alright, we'll continue to monitor those.
Charlie X-ray Kilo Alpha Lima, just to confirm that your next waypoint is Rando.
If I will be going VFR before that.
Charlie X-ray Kilo Alpha Lima, Roger. Would you like to cancel IFR now?
Yeah, sure, no problem. We cancel IFR.
No, I'm asking because otherwise I have to pass you to Madison approach.
Yes, there's no problem. We can cancel IFR and even go down if you need.
Alright, Charlie X-ray Kilo Alpha Lima, cancellation of IFR received, squawk, and maintain a VFR. Frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, Kilo Alpha Lima, thank you.
Alright, so keep the BMEPs down to just between 90 and 100, keeping right around 1,000 feet per minute. Speeds are nice and under control. And I think I was panicking over the fuel because I was used to how quickly the needles moved when they were feeding all 4 engines. When each fuel tank is only feeding 1 engine, I think they consume at a much more reasonable rate. We're okay here. Alright, our goal, again, on the turbine Warbird Arrival, it's going to be 126.6 because they are landing 3-6 left. Okay, we're coming up on 9,000. Hang on, let me see if I can clear my throat out here. Alright, coming up on 9,000. We're cleared down to 6. Keeping the BMEPs right down at about 90. We are through 10,000. Let's go ahead and get landing lights on. And we'll go ahead and extend those. Alert our cabin crew. Okay.
Milwaukee Approach Logan, Scout 762 Bravo at Milwaukee Signature SPO with Golf VFR departure to the northwest to Oshkosh. We're ready for flight.
Okay, I'm going to shallow the descent just a little bit because the speeds are starting to run up.
Sorry, November 6-2 Bravo. Are you still on the frequency?
Affirm, Scout 762 Bravo at Milwaukee.
Skyhawk 6-2 Bravo, Milwaukee Tower is now online. Contact Milwaukee Tower 124.57.
2457, Scout 762 Bravo, take care.
Approach Douglas 514 Delta Victor. We're ready to cancel IFR if he needs to.
November on 514 Delta Victor, that will be Scott appreciated. And cancellation IFR received. Squawk and maintain VFR. And if you want to fly the Fisk approach, contact Fisk approach 120.7. If not, contact South Tower 118.5.
Yeah, we're going to pick up the Warbird from Fond du Lac, but we'll go ahead and contact them. Thanks.
Alright, roger.
Alright, 26. Six. We'll switch over.
2472 Papa, are you?
Yeah, we're up.
And
November 2472 Papa. Runway 3 left, or 36 left, yellow dot, cleared to land. November 4783 Lima, are you?
okay. So we are
November 4783 Lima, are you with me?
canceled IFR. We are starting our approach. So we're going to switch back over into
And flight of 2, November
Auto Rich.
2472 Papa. A flight of 2 Texans are going to be passing in front of you for the overhead maneuver. You can land behind them on the
26
yellow
and
dot.
26.
November 4783 Lima, if you can hear me, runway 36 right.
Dakota pilots here. How are you?
Red square cleared to land.
Okay, Cowell's back to normal.
And flight of 2 over in the overhead.
26 and
Flight
26.
of 2 Texans, runway 36, break midfield, report. All right, we'll break midfield, and we lost the last transmission for flight 2. Sorry about that. Report break midfield, and then report break.
Alright, so we are
Oshkosh Tower, Voodoo 1 on.
We're going to call
the
26-6 on 36 left.
Voodoo 1,
we're going to call over Fond du Lac, and then we're going to call over Warbird Island. We're going to try and be at 4,000 over Fond du Lac, and then we're going to be at 2,800 over Warbird Island.
November 4783 Lima, are you with me?
Yeah, we're up.
November 4783 Lima, Green Square, runway 36, right, cleared to.
Okay, car Pete's now out.
Texans, runway 36, left, cleared to.
36 left, cleared land, and we have the traffic inside flight 2.
Got the speed down to where we can start deploying drag if we need to, but we don't yet need to. Let's continue coming down, though. Yeah, we want to get that BMEP down to about...
Oshkosh Tower, you got a flight of 2 F-39s over Fond du Lac.
Flight calling, report Warbird Island.
Report Warbird Island, L39.
That's our friend Stu.
Tower, Wolf, gray and yellow snake.
We're gonna get down to 4,000. Oh, he's.
Fockworth calling, report Warbird.
I will report in Warbird Island. Wolf.
Another one over Fond du Lac. We gotta watch out for these guys.
Flight 2, we're gonna roll to the end for the 2-3 market.
That's just fine, Texan. Thanks a lot. And November 4783 Lima, turn onto the grass or onto a tarmac when, or onto a taxiway when.
Right,
One at Orbit Island.
The BMEP's down to 70. Let's get a descent going.
November 341 Southwest, or Sierra Whiskey.
1 Sierra Whiskey, we're the flight of 2 L39s.
Tower, she'd also like to proceed eastbound transition over the field.
Aircraft calling, Sierra call.
November 2 Alpha.
November 2 Alpha, I apologize. You wanted to transition eastbound?
Yeah.
Okay, 70 on the BMEPs.
Yeah, November 2 Alpha, that's approved. If you could cross in the middle of runway 36 left, I'd appreciate it.
Middle 36 will come with the 18 clear.
Coming down to 4,000 over Fond du Lac, we'll call in.
We're on the Orbit 2 Arrival, Voodoo 1.
Voodoo 1, where are you?
We were on the Arrival.
Are you on the Warbird Arrival?
Yes.
Warbird 1, report Warbird Island.
We'll report Ford Ireland, Voodoo 1.
November 924 Sierra Victor, enter a left base for runway 36 right, runway 36 right, cleared to land.
36 back. 36 back, cleared to land.
November 3475 Mike, runway 36 left, cleared to land, purple.
November 34759, runway 37.
All right, we're trying to get some altitude off.
And the L39 flight's over Warbird Island.
All right, let's real quick. Let's get alternates.
L35 or 39 flight. Did you want an overhead maneuver?
Yeah, sure. L39 flight.
Alternates.
All right. L39 flight, runway 36 left.
Go back to mains.
Calm. Pattern altitude is 2300. Right turn. Report initial.
Alright, right turn support initial L39 flight.
Forward Island, Voodoo 1.
Your pumps off, okay.
Voodoo 1, I don't see on my scope. You're over Voodoo on, or you're over Warbird?
Yes, sir, it was locked when you said that.
I'm sorry, I don't see on my scope. Are you over Warbird Island?
Yes, sir.
All right, Warbird, or Voodoo 1, continue, make a left base for runway 36 left.
Left base 36 left. Voodoo 1.
Over Warbird Island, Focke Wolf, Gray and Yellow Snake.
Volker, we're over Warbird Island.
I gotta call. I gotta call him now.
Continue in for a left base to runway 36 left.
Left base, runway 36, Focke Wolf.
Douglas 514 Delta Victor's north of Fond du Lac, approaching Warbird Island for the Warbird Arrival.
Onto the grass or tech.
November Foxtrot, clear up.
Yeah, for the L39s, we're just one ship now. The other guy's in crash.
Oh, that's a bummer. But I'll give you the overhead. November 341 Sierra Whiskey, break approach and report break.
Break the approach and L39.
Tower Douglas 514 Delta Victor's over Warbird Island for the approach.
You're planning on landing?
6 Alpha Lima is good.
November 6 Alpha Lima, I need you to turn right to make a downwind, and I'll turn you back. And November 403 Bravo Golf, if you can make a left turn, enter a left base for runway 36 right.
I turn to left base, runway 36, November 403 Bravo Golf.
Actually, that's a right base, my bad. A right base for 36. And November 314 or 341 Sierra Whiskey, runway 31 right cleared.
1035 right, clear to land L39.
November 403 Bravo Juliet, there's an L39 jet landing, runway 36 left. If you can follow him in, that's a Voodoo 1, turn right, turn right for the south. There's traffic here.
We're turning right.
Epic, or November 316 Alpha Lima, turn left.
Alright, so we're going to circle back to the south.
November 621 Charlie Hotel, are you with? November 621 Charlie Hotel.
Try to get down to 2800. 514 Delta Victor circling Warbird Island.
514, it was at 514 Delta Victor.
A-frame, Douglas DC-6 circling Warbird Island.
No, aircraft calling, continue inbound on our left base for runway 36 left.
Alright, 514 Delta Victor, left base 36 left.
And November 316 Alpha Lima, you can go ahead and enter a final for runway 36 left, cleared, and November 403 Bravo Golf.
Alright guys, put some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No Bach command necessary for that, just a number, positive or negative.
621 Charlie.
We'll know that you need a descent rate either way. We get the BMEPs down to as close to 70 as we can get them. We got gear coming out. We got flaps starting to come out. We're below the white arc in terms of speed, so we can now put the...
And then once you do, make a left turn wherever.
Okay, clear to land. Thank you.
And November 316 Alpha Lima, if you didn't hear me, runway 36 left, cleared land.
36 left, clear land, 6 Alpha Lima.
And we got the speed coming off. We can get some more flaps in. We're below the white arc now. We can go to whatever flaps we want. Okay, we got flaps 40.
Voodoo 1's lined up for 36.
Aircraft calling, who's that?
Voodoo 1 F-14.
Voodoo 1, runway 36 left. Dude, I don't even see you. How far away from you on the runway are you? November 83 X-ray Alpha,
north,
runway 36 left, yellow dot cleared to land. And November 514 Delta Victor, enter a left or right base for runway 36 left, runway 36 left, purple dot cleared.
36 left, right base, purple dot clear to land. 514 Delta Victor, thanks. Yeah, I think this Voodoo guy's been in observer mode. I have not seen him on the...
Actually, November 514 Delta Victor, if you could land on the approach end of the threshold, or the approach end of the runway, I'd appreciate it.
Alright, so we'll put it down right on the numbers.
Roger.
Aver.
Oscar Kilo Echo Yankee Echo, are you with?
We do.
Oscar Kilo Echo Yankee Echo, runway 36 left, purple dot, cleared to land.
Voodoo 1 is 5 miles out from 36.
Thank you, Voodoo 1. Voodoo 1, runway 36 left, cleared to land. Enter a final for runway 36 left, runway 36 left, cleared to land.
36 left, clear to land, enter final, Voodoo 1.
Hey, down to 70 BM.
Voodoo 1, I need you to break off again. I didn't realize that you were as close to the DC-6 as you are. If you can break to the right, line back up, I'll get you in. I'm sorry for...
We'll go full afterburner, Voodoo 1.
Tool.
Oshkosh Tower, good afternoon. German Air Force 329 Heavy overhead, slightly north of 411.
German Air Force 329, Oshkosh Tower. Are you on the Warbird Arrival, or are you visual for runway 36?
German Air Force 329 on the Warbird Arrival.
All right.
All right, German
Landing
Air Force
flaps set and checks, gears down in green.
Warbird
A little bit high.
German Air Force 329.
A little bit fast. Cheat the power down as much as we can here.
Are you straight in, or do you want an overhead maneuver, or do you just want to get down?
Straight in, Voodoo 1.
All right, Voodoo 1, if you can enter a right downwind for runway 36 left, runway 36 left, clear.
Clear to land 36 left, we're coming in right now.
Tower, Little American 816, just south of Fond du Lac on the Warbird.
American 816, Oshkosh Tower, report Warbird.
Report Warbird, American 816.
German Air Force 329, overhead Warbird Island.
German Air Force 329, enter a left down, or enter a right base for runway 36 left, runway 36 left, cleared.
Enter right base, runway 36 left, runway 36 left, cleared to land, German Air Force 329.
Alright, woo, that was dicey, but I was happy with it.
November, any aircraft on the runway, please exit left when able.
Yeah,
and you can exit onto the grass, or you can exit onto a taxi, whatever's closest. And all aircraft on the ground, taxi at your own discretion.
Yep, so we've got some parked aircraft here. So yeah, it was It was a little dicey there. They had their hands full. Tower had his hands full for sure. But we did it.
American, it was at American 86881.
And stow the flaps.
So start 23.
Landing lights off. Taxi light to reduce the
Apologize, Coast Guard 8311.
To retract those, reduce, not retract. Yeah, retract, not reduce.
Left runway 36, left third.
Heat off.
Right base 36 left, clear to land. Coast Guard 8311.
And
Coast Guard Tango Echo Papa, are you with?
Tango Echo Papa.
Tango Echo Papa, there's going to be some landing traffic on 36 left. If you can make a right turn.
So it's a shame that Tabletop Android's 2024 version of the scenery didn't quite get completed in time for this. I know he'll do a great job with it, but we do have some of the
thank you.
Some of the parked aircraft and stuff happening here. We'll just scooch up closer to the control tower. Yeah, we got some misshapen scenery and stuff. Well, I know he'll take care of that. We'll scooch up closer to the control tower. What else can we do on the taxi-in? We got the pitot heat off and flaps stowed. Carb heat off.
Markings. I'm not sure if you can see him, but report him.
We have negative contact. We're looking at Tango Echo Papa.
Germany Air Force 329. I'm not sure if I cleared you or not, but runway 36 left cleared.
Oh, cow flaps can be opened up.
And Coast Guard 8311, runway 36 left cleared to land purple dot if you can.
Clear to land purple dot, Coast Guard 8311.
Trying to flash my lights out and let him know that he can come off.
Tango Echo Papa.
3216 was a gated runway. We're going to park in the grass.
Thank you, Voodoo.
American 18, you are Warbird.
American 816, enter a left base for runway 36 left. I'm sorry, right base for runway 36 left.
All right, if you're going to stick there, let's say there he goes, finally.
And Tango Echo Papa, can I send you over to 36 right?
Tango Echo Papa, sure.
All right, Tango Echo Papa, runway 36 right, cleared.
I'll hold and let these guys exit.
And American 816, traffic is at your 11 o'clock. I think that's Beach Barren, and he's at 1,800 feet, so he's about 4 miles.
All right, look for that traffic, American 816.
And he's going to be entering a final for 36.
Oh, look at the crowd over here, man.
Roger.
This is where the action is.
Oshkosh Tower, Cessna November 9 or 56 Sierra Kilo with information off. Request exit for VFR park and pattern work close traffic.
Pattern work's not allowed at the airport today. If you'd like to file, or if you'd like to take a VFR departure out, you're welcome to, but no traffic.
Roger that.
American 816, runway 36 left, cleared to land number 2.
Cleared to land number 2, 36 left, American 816.
And Tango Echo Papa, I can't recall if I cleared you, but runway 36 right, cleared to land.
36 right, cleared to land, Tango Echo Papa.
Okay. Parking brake on. Okay, think we got it.
Tower, 8311, about how far down is the purple dot formation?
Off request exit for VFR.
The purple dot is about halfway.
Bottles.
Roger, Coast Guard 8311.
Mixes to cut off. Get the fuel selectors off. Seatbelt signs, beacon light off. Magnetos off. Let's see, should we let's turn the magnetos off, but then let's see if we can see Melvin's landing.
November 956 Sierra Kilo, were you calling?
Roger.
November 90560 Kilo, requesting taxi for VFR departure.
Taxi is at your own discretion. You're also north of runway 27, so contact north approach, or north local on, or north tower, I'm sorry,
yeah,
on
Melvin's
118.5.
Roger.
Still a couple miles out. We'll check back in. All right, magneto's off. Gen switch is off.
Tango Echo
Wheel well lights on.
Left or right turn onto the grass when able.
Engine instruments off.
Tango Echo Papa.
Inverters off. Entrance lights on. Go to the front.
Tango 5-1, flight of 2, F-35.
We're already squawking VFR, but we can go ahead and turn the transponder off.
Was that Bengal 5?
DME off.
5-1, flight of 2.
ADF off.
Bengal 5-1, flight of 2. Did you want an overhead maneuver today, or are you coming straight?
We'd like straight in, flight of 2.
I'm going to turn the radio off, but I think we'll still hear it.
Flight of 2.
Yeah, we'll still hear it until we get the power down.
Left base for 36 right, Bengal 5-1, flight.
American 816, welcome to Oshkosh, left.
Oh, no, I missed it.
Left terminal, American 816.
I thought you were still a couple out, Melvin. Sorry about that. Hope that it went well. So if that's what we're representing a DC-6 with, that's not that far off. Where's she going to park? He might not have this massive crowd ahead. He might just park on the pad there. Oh no, he's going to park by the dumpsters. Oh look, he's going to become part of the static display.
I have to say, this is my first time in the Oshkosh Air, coming in for the Oshkosh Air Show.
A lot of traffic, a lot of fun.
Tango Echo Papa, give it wrong.
Alright.
Tango Echo Papa, hold your position. And Bengal 5-1, runway 36 left.
36
nice
left.
parking job, Mr. Melvin. Alright, well, let's go ahead and wrap up then. Melvin, sorry I didn't get a chance to see your landing. I thought I had a little bit more time than I did.
2 aircraft land, and then you can
let's
cross once you see what they're...
Let's get back to...
Silver 340, Fond du Lac.
Engine instruments, inverters. Did I get the wheel well lights on? Yeah, I did. Okay. Entrance lights on. Yep, did that too.
Silver P40. Oshkosh
all that stuff on the front was powered off. Let's go ahead and get to the not the maintenance manager. Let's get the ramp manager. We got the chalk set, ground power connected. Let's go ahead and get exits and cargo door.
Golf Papa, are you...
Melvin said it was passable, super fun, and terrifying. Exactly what you hope for in the DC-6. Yeah, that's exactly what I experienced. That's exactly what I experienced. Alright, so we got everything opened up. You guys can start making your way off of the plane. Kiss the ground when you come out. And go ahead and come up top here. Let's switch the power source over to ground power.
On the base, are you...
And then let's go ahead and check on the predictions. I had said, and I think I did a better job of managing that transition back to our desired fuel status or fuel configuration. I had said that the anticipated arrival time was 3:19 on the blocks, and we wound up in
Blue 7, are you with
about 12 minutes early. And we're supposed to have 3,850 pounds left. I don't know, we might be close to that. Did pretty good in terms of getting it symmetrical in the aux tanks. 39.95, yeah. Okay, so I had more than I thought. It just looked like less than it was because it was spread across 8 tanks. But 38.56 was predicted and 39.95 was actual. So yeah, that worked out really well. Worked out really well. And then in terms of the balancing, yeah, so the middle two
Oshkosh Tower.
Wound up 100 pounds higher, but yeah, I'm very happy with how the fuel management worked out this time, and I didn't burn out any tanks to zero. That's the other good thing.
Zulu,
okay,
Sierra Echo.
Moment of truth, guys. Let's look at.
Would you south of 16 over the road?
Let's look at the damage here.
Golf Papa, runway 36 right. Threshold cleared to land.
It scored me 71 out of 100. 317 is what registered when we touched down. I felt
you can land on the number.
That we touched down nice and smoothly. It felt smoother than that to me, although it dinged me down. It dinged me for touchdown zone, probably because I landed early. But however, I was instructed to land early, so I think that's. I'm going to give myself a pass on that because I did what I was. Yeah, I did what I was instructed to do there. So yeah, touchdown zone not quite as safe, but we had traffic ahead, and we were told to touch down on the very beginning of the runway, so we did that. So in terms of the way I felt about my execution of that, I felt that was perfect. So the two things that it kind of dinged me on, one was something that I did on purpose. Two, even though it registered 300 some odd, I felt like it was a smoother landing than it came off as. So we'll take it. I was happy. It kind of registered firm, but I think it certainly appeared and felt like a pretty good execution. So I'm going to take it. Yeah, good job not floating it. Landed right on the numbers without a bounce to the Agent Presto. Yep, that's kind of what I was aiming for.
With you.
And we stopped nice and short too. Got the reversers and the brakes right in and stopped nice and short. Actually, let's look at that on VATSIM radar. Yeah, this was a circle of Warbird Island that I did.
I'll turn you onto a base here in just a moment.
No problem. Right back wing for Kilo.
Yeah, we got off by Delta, so that's not bad at all.
P40
nice short landing.
Runway 36 left, purple dot, cleared to land. November Charlie 22.
Yeah, so off by Papa 4 there, aka Delta on the right hand side. So, yeah, I think that worked out pretty well. I was happy. A little bit dicey. This tower controller certainly has its hands full, and I'll tell you what, the one guy, the voodoo guy, was just being a little snit. I think he caused a couple little moments of chaos there. Everybody else did a fantastic job, and of course the controllers always do.
Charlie X-ray Kilo Alpha Lima, runway 36 left.
But yeah,
yellow dot,
good event. And VATSIM Chicago ARTCC always does a nice job with this, and a few hours of managing chaos. How are they doing in terms of overall? They still have 60 planned arrivals, up now 59 arrivals. They've got, a nice stream coming up from. So if you're doing this event today and you're coming up from Green Lake, man, it's going to be a pretty good turnout in terms of, pretty good turnout in terms of the traffic coming up from the Fisk Arrival guys. So Green Lake down here, Puckaway, and then the Endeavor Bridge right here. It looks pretty good in terms of you guys wanting to kind of push all the way back to the beginning of that and come on in. But again, you really need to read through this briefing document. Go back to thatusa.net, Pilot Tools, Events Calendar. Of course, it was the first banner that showed up, but just in case it's not. Pilot Tools, Events Calendar, VATVenture 26, and here's the briefing document here. And it's very, very thorough. But you definitely need to understand what it requires you to do, especially coming in on that Fisk Arrival. The part that covers the Fisk Arrival, it starts on this page here. Hold on.
November 772.
Page 8.
Juliet.
But you definitely want to read through all of this and make sure you understand what's expected of you. Especially on the fixed arrival. You don't talk to them. All you do is listen, you acknowledge with your little wing wag, and then you do what they told you to do, period. And if anything doesn't work out right, there's no forcing it. If you get stuck behind somebody and you're right up their butt and you can't fix it, it's not ask for S turns or ask for speed control. I like this call sign. November 00 Bravo, yeah. It's not get on and ask for a vector or whatever like that. All you do is you just break off, you come back, like this guy's doing. You break off, come back, and circle around the lake and try again. But best of luck to the Chicago ARTCC controllers for the rest of the chaos. Hope that it works out well. Hope you guys have fun. And best of luck to everybody who comes into Oshkosh for VATVenture, VATSIM's version of EAA AirVenture 2026. Do enjoy, guys. Make sure you read up, though. Make sure you know what you're doing. And have fun. Who is streaming this? I think Stu came in ahead of us. Cross Hyperrear was just ahead of us. 757 Spy or Spy Flight. He's inbound, but is he... Yeah, we'll send you over to Spy Flight, I think. Let's finish up the shutdown of the aircraft real quick. And then we'll get you over to him. Alright, cow flaps are closed. Let's get the nav lights off. Let's come up top. Get the entrance lights off. No smoking. Wheel well lights off. Power source back over to battery. And master power switch off. And let's go down here to the tablet. And by the way, I do know that we've got Melvin's request to close out the slant artwork adventure, so we'll get to that. Let's just get to the ramp manager here. We'll disconnect ground power. Wheel trocks we can leave on. Let's go ahead and close the cargo holds. Lose the stairs. And then we'll close the doors and call her a day. Okay. Alright, well, let's take a peek here. So Melvin Leroy wanted us to add something. What did Melvin say? Oh, and I got to figure out who was the winner of the landing rate raffle. 317 was the number that registered. Who had the highest? Was it 244? I can do anything. Yep, I can do anything. 244 came in with the 244. At KOSH on 7. Well, alright. Well, you're now entered into the landing rate raffle. It'll be drawn on July the 29th. If your name comes out of the hat, it's your choice as to whether you want one of our Slant Alpha merchandise items or an electronic gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody. Anybody have higher than 244? Don't think so. Okay, and then the final image has to be affixed to a barrel of DC-6 aircraft oil. Okay, let's try that. Alright, so we got ChatGPT working on that. We got Mr. Spy Flight. He's flying the de Havilland Beaver into VATVenture, and he's looks like he's over. He's circling around one of the lakes right now. So we will get you a raid over to Spy Flight, and hopefully we're getting you in time to see his arrival here into Oshkosh. I'm gonna hold off on triggering the raid. I do want to see Melvin's final version here of the Slant Artwork Adventure. Of course, the Slant Artwork Adventure, like I said, is a collaborative image description that we feed into ChatGPT to have it create the thumbnail that represents the stream on our YouTube channel when we upload it later. So we'll see how Melvin's request pans out. And then the way you get in on that starting on the next stream is 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, cashed in there at the bottom of the chat panel, and then you can just let us know in the chat what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. We're going to close that up for this one after we see Melvin's contribution. While we're waiting on that, we'll let you know that the normal show schedule, by the way, of course, not often on a Sunday afternoon will we fire up this live stream, but we were typically on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time. And so that's what we're gonna go back to for our normal schedule the rest of this week and next week. So we're not going to be on tomorrow because tomorrow's stream was today's stream. So tomorrow night stream is not happening, but back to the normal show schedule Wednesday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. The rest of this week we've got Anchorage Approach. We're going to fire up the ATC scopes and do some VATSIM air traffic control up at Anchorage Approach. That's Wednesday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. And then Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, we are in the PMDG 737. We're going to do some tropical flying down in the Caribbean. The Friday Night Ops event being hosted by the Caribbean division of VATSIM in cooperation with VAT USA. So we've got 2 in a row that are Friday Night Ops events that are outside of the U.S. This one is the Caribbean Island Getaway Friday Night Ops. They're featuring San Juan and St. Thomas. What did I say our itinerary was going to be for that? I'm going to go back to my show schedule and say, what did I say we were going to do? So Wednesday, like I said, so tomorrow we're off. Wednesday, Anchorage Approach, and Friday, San Juan to Martinique, and then back up to St. Thomas. So that's for this event right here. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and get that raid going over to Spy Flight. I do want you to see his arrival. ChatGPT is kind of taking its time on that final artwork request. Oh, there we go. We got it. There you are, Mr. Melvin Leroy. DC-6 Premium Aviation Aircraft Oil for Radial Engines. And we got the image of myself and the pups there at the EAA AirVenture. So very, very cool, Melvin. Thank you for the request, and hope that y'all had fun participating in our Slant Artwork Adventure. We had another one of those that's fired up for Wednesday stream as we work Anchorage Approach. All right, we got the raid going on, so hope that y'all enjoy our friend 757 Spy and his adventure this evening. Let me get that up here. And yeah, thanks again for riding along with us, and we'll see you again soon, friends. Take care, be happy, healthy, and safe in all your travels and adventures, and we'll talk to you again soon.